Welcome back to another Pokemon card live stream. It is the late night stream with your host, TCC. How's it going, everyone? I hope you guys had thousands of dollars in Dogecoin because Dogecoin basically doubled in price today, although it's been falling rapidly. Yeah, it peaked like at an insane amount. I think it got all the way up to 28 cents or something like that. And should I say 0.28? Just 28 cents. I shouldn't say 0.28. It got all the way up to 28 cents, but I think it's falling all the way down to 23 cents. That was crazy. Man, you know what's sad is I told myself I would have some Dogecoin, and I did. And it basically doubled for a while. And it's coming back down now, though. And I wish I had just taken all my money and bought Dogecoin and sold out when it peaked. I mean, man, it would have been like doubling your money in a day. Definitely gives you the gambling feeling. I know that feeling well because we do a little bit of the gambling feeling over here with the Pokemon cards. And when you see anything double in price like that, and you're like, oh, if I just put all my money in it, and I was there to have my money double in price and then sell out before it dips again, you know what I mean? So yeah, it was pretty wild watching that though. I wonder if Dogecoin will make it to $1. So that was in the news today. Mr. Eddie says, how much did you make? I ended up. So what happened was, well, I ended up with about $700. That's what I ended up with. And it's coming back down now, though, so I don't know. And that's from, like, today. And I don't know if it will actually end up being that much. It just depends on how much it falls. But, yeah, it was pretty cool to watch. And, yeah, I couldn't fall asleep yesterday. So I fall asleep at about, I try to go to sleep at about 7 a.m. roughly, but I couldn't go to sleep. So I was just reading article after article after article. And, you know, Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies are one of the things I love to criticize cryptocurrencies because many of the claims they make, I feel like they don't live up to those claims. But you know what I was doing? So yesterday when I was trying to fall asleep, I couldn't really fall asleep. I was just thinking about stuff and reading and thinking and reading and thinking. And one of the things I started to feel was, man, I don't think gold's that good, actually, is another thing. So I had more time to think about gold. And I know gold's been around for a really long time, but I realized I'm very good at being sort of like a skeptic. And something I really wasn't doing enough is I wasn't being skeptic enough towards gold. And it just sort of occurred to me, they have mined so much gold over time. So one of the things I love to say about cryptocurrencies is they claim to be a finite sort of, well, Dogecoin's not. If you're buying Dogecoin, one of the things you have to know about Dogecoin is that it's not like Bitcoin in the sense that there'll be a finite number of the coins made. I suppose with Dogecoin, they're able to mine more of them or whatever it is. There's no cap, I think. However, with gold, one of the reasons I liked gold was because, oh, well, there's this finite amount of it in the world, and it is really expensive to mine it up. But is it? I don't actually know if it's that expensive because you can, like, I realized you can invest in companies that mine gold. And that to me, it tells me they must be profitable, companies that mine gold. And if there's profit, that means that it's definitely being mined. So yeah, I was thinking about that in bed. I was thinking about how heavy gold is and how scary it is to actually have it on hand. Kind of like Pokemon cards, by the way. Pokemon cards have the same effect. So if you have like a $30,000 Pokemon card in your home, you feel that. You go, wow, I have a $30,000 card at home. I better start buying some guns. You're like, I'm going to need 2 vaults. Gold has that effect as well, and that's one of the negative signs to, or one of the negative, we'll say a con, basically. So pros and cons, right? So that's one of the cons for gold. It's one of the cons for Pokemon as well, as I was saying. And yeah, I just sort of realized I really wasn't being critical enough on gold. You know, much of the value of gold's already been pumped up because a lot of the institutions already massively adopted gold. Governments hold on to gold, banks hold on to gold, rich guys hold on to gold. So the value of gold already had mainstream adoption, and the price of it is based on that. So you're buying this thing that is probably finite, but right now we haven't mined all of it yet, gold. People are still turning a profit mining it, and you can have it as jewelry. I think they use trace amounts of it in some electronics as well. I just realized I'm very good at turning a critical eye on the things that I'm scrutinizing, and I really do scrutinize cryptocurrencies. I think that's what one of my skills lies in. I really wasn't being critical enough on gold, though. Gold. I think I'm a little more critical on gold as well, and I think about trading cards all the time. And by the way, I think the future for trading cards is actually quite bright, but a lot of that has to do with something that's very different from, let's say, cryptocurrencies and gold. So this is sort of like property. The government treats cryptocurrency and it treats gold as property, and so it gets taxed that way. Well, cards are kind of like that too. Cards get taxed as property, but cards are interesting because they're kind of like, I would put them in the category of art. So gold, you might use gold as jewelry, you might use it, trace amounts of it in industry, and then people do like to look at gold, but it's not really like a painting or anything. But Pokemon cards are interesting because two things. They're culture, and you can look at them. You can actually put them in your living room. And I'm just thinking to myself, if you could simply map out which company that prints trading cards is going to be around for the next, let's say, 300 years, you just buy all those cards all day. Buy it all and hold it forever, because I think the value of them, I mean, so this card, whatever, it's like Toxtricity. This might not ever rise to any meteoric amount of money, but imagine like first edition base set Charizard 10. He probably will. He's not even $1 million yet, and I think he will make it to $1 million eventually, as people continue to earn money over their lifetime. But I realized he's not even 300 years old yet. So if the Pokemon brand makes it for 300 years, and we don't know if that'll happen, but let's say it did. Let's say some brand survives for 300 years. The original artworks for their brands is going to be like the Mona Lisa, right? Because that's why the Mona Lisa is so expensive, because it's super old. It's hundreds of, it's really, really old. It's from another era. And I think that, so we're talking a little bit about the value of property that you might invest in, and collectibles are sort of like that. They're a property that you can own. Well, you got cryptocurrencies are digital. You can trade them online. You can, there's the convenience of that, and they're finite with quotations. And gold makes some of the same claims as finite, and governments can't print it, blah, 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 blah. Well, the Pokemon cards are so interesting because I think that 300 years from now, if Pokemon is still a valued brand that kids still play with, these cards today should be shockingly expensive by then, shockingly. And, and that's assuming that we don't all nuke each other and the whole world collapses in 300 years. But it's a really interesting thing because, so gold made it all this way into the year 2021, but gold's just kind of like this metal that made it out of the ground. Something humans sort of made up are brands. Brands are totally made up. And we didn't start developing brands until, I don't know, maybe like the 1800s. The idea of a brand name company is kind of a new idea. If you think, well, it's not like super new, but I mean like in this style, this modern style of brands, it's kind of a new thing if you think about it. We got TVs, radio, internet, so all this visual and mass production, really it changed the world for humanity. And something that we've never seen throughout history is sort of like a brand, a commercial brand, making it for hundreds of years. And I was just thinking about all that in bed, and I was thinking to myself, I think gold's overvalued. Cryptocurrency might not be overvalued yet. It's not used by the banks, it's not used by the government. I don't know if it ever will be. The government, in fact, might be the one to say, all right, we're getting rid of cryptocurrencies as competing with us now. See, that's, again, one of the things I'm critical about it. But brands, it's a very fascinating thing. I don't think these will ever be banned by any government. They're just a toy, right? And yet, I think they have the power to become like the Mona Lisa hundreds of years from now, as long as this brand is still relevant, which we don't know if it will be. And maybe if the brand isn't relevant, I don't know. I guess if you were to spend a lot of money on something like a first edition PSA 10 Charizard, it would be relevant, even if the game died off, or the company. So anyways, that's what I wanted to start today's live stream with. I was just thinking about it, and I think I have a fairer understanding of the sort of pros and cons of all three: gold, cryptocurrency, and Pokemon cards. And they're all kind of in a similar boat together where they're all property that you can own, okay? So you can own them as property. You got NFTs on the horizon. I told my wife I want to sell NFTs. And what else is on the horizon? We have, I guess you could talk about the stock market as well. I think stocks are kind of like gold, where they have that problem I just talked about. I said one of the problems with gold is that the institutions have already bought up those assets, and that drives the price of the asset really high. Well, the stock market's kind of like that. The stock market, you want to go buy some Apple stock? Guess what? Warren Buffett already has. And so his demand for the Apple stock helps drive the price to own one of those stocks. And if you want to get in, the only thing that can happen as you buy in, the only thing that can happen is you're going to make Warren Buffett more wealthy. He's always just going to be above you. And I guess that's one of the things that probably does attract people to something like Bitcoin is Warren Buffett doesn't buy Bitcoin yet. So one day, if Warren Buffett ever has to admit, or his company, Berkshire Hathaway, if they ever have to admit that, oh yeah, okay, Bitcoin's here to stay and you have to consider it now, which I'm sure he never will. He'll probably never accept that. But if they were ever at that point, it's the people who are already in it that would benefit the most from that. And that's probably part of the reason why he'll never accept it too, by the way. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting concept to me. And it tells me that gold's probably overvalued and stocks are probably, they're not necessarily overvalued. Stocks are driven by their dividend returns, right? So you actually get paid to own stocks. You're like a part ownership in the company. So they're not quite like gold, but gold really is kind of like the cryptocurrency. Gold really does have the same problem where it doesn't generate any revenue. So gold just sits there and you hope the next guy buys it for more than you do. And of course, one of the main uses for gold is the hedge against inflation, right? It's interesting too, by the way, we're printing a ton of money right now. And it makes me wonder if all this money we've been pouring into Bitcoin, into Doge, and into Ethereum would have gone into gold if not the cryptocurrencies hadn't existed, right? So it's the fact that everyone's buying up Bitcoin that the guys who are sitting on gold aren't totally cashing in on their gold right now, which is a huge bummer for them. But at the same time, it shows you that you have a technological risk to the things you buy in. And you have to think about that when you're just buying a store of value. And I would also argue that can apply. That's another criticism of crypto as well, as one of the things I wanted to mention. Remember, I would often say, what's the future of Bitcoin going to look like? Is one of the earliest cryptocurrencies to be adopted by a lot of people. What happens when we improve the technology? Remember that? I told you guys I got my computer science degree. One of the reasons I was always skeptical of Bitcoin, and by the way, if I had bought it back then, I'd be rich today. But one of my main fears about Bitcoin is that it would become irrelevant because a new technology will rise up. That happens in computer science all the time. And in fact, I think I was in my Coinbase app and I was looking at this new cryptocurrency that released. It was called like Engine or something like that. And it was talking about how it's going to build its nodes different. I don't understand how any of it's worked. I don't understand the technology. I've never worked on it before. But it was talking about how, it's going to be designed for NFTs. And it was one of the biggest movers today by like 22%. Engine was, and that's the name of that new digital coin. And they were offering it on Coinbase. You could buy it. So I was looking at all that, and I was thinking to myself, yeah, so that fear that Bitcoin could one day be replaced by a better version of the similar technologies is a legitimate fear. I think it would be hard to pull off at this point. And in fact, one of the reasons why I'm holding on to Dogecoin is because I feel that culture and memes somehow are a bit better store of value than something that's just this sort of, I don't know, like a boring bar of gold that has almost no characteristic to it at all, except that you know that it's rare. So I was thinking about all these things, and I'll let you guys talk about it now. Hello to everybody. Welcome to the Pokemon Late Night Card Stream. Let's go ahead and open up some cards. So I thought I'd start out the stream with that discussion. And I'm going to have a sip of my drink. We're 14 minutes in. That gives enough time for the list to generate. It's actually a good thing because when you let the list generate, there's fewer mistakes made. All right, looks like you guys want to open up cards based on the number of orders that just came in. Ooh, we're going to have a busy night, guys. Let's see what we got. I'll make sure we didn't miss anyone. Sometimes people pre-order. Okay, we have, I believe, our first order is Tyler Boyer. Day 3 of looking for Charizard inside of 2 Darkness Ablaze. You got it, mister. 2 Darkness. The Middle East has gold dispensing ATMs? Wow, that's cool, man. I would actually really enjoy that if you had restaurants and grocery stores and just places you could go to where you can spend gold. And I feel like that's one of the main drawbacks right now for gold is you got to store it at your house. It's heavy. You could lose it. It could melt in a fire. Somebody could break in and hold you at gunpoint, make you open up your vault and give it all away. I'm sorry, Tyler. You get 2 trainer cards. It made me realize how risky of an asset it is to hold and how sort of like unconventionally, let me put it, what's the word? It's hard to use. That's what I'm trying to say. Unless you own like stocks of gold, which I think they sell those. It's like paper gold. They say this piece of paper, if you want your gold, we'll send you gold if you ask for it, right? So, but instead you'll hold this piece of paper, which if there's a gold shortage, you're not going to get that. And in fact, I think that you wouldn't even know for 100% certainty if they really have that gold on hand to service that paper. I think that was one of the criticisms I read a while ago about buying gold stock. Adam Wood, we have Mr. Adam Woodcock. Are you ready, Adam? Adam's got the best last name. He wants 5 battle styles. 5 battle styles. Oops, that's Guardians Rising. Well, it looks like I need to go get a fresh case of battle styles. I'll be right back. Mr. Adam Woodcock. But yeah, that'd be neat. If you go to a restaurant and pay in gold, that'd be neat. There's probably good reasons why they don't do that over here, though. All right. What time are we opening the first edition fossil box? Probably at 12, the usual time. If you guys are worried about missing tomorrow's live stream where we open up the fossil box, be sure to hit the bell button and pay attention to when I ping the Discord, okay? Mr. JP says, what happened to the Champions Path Charizard custom booster boxes that you were going to make? I changed my mind. What I decided was I wasn't going to make a Champions Path custom booster box. I decided instead that on occasion, the live custom booster box will contain a Champions Path Charizard in it. I realized I didn't need to create a separate booster box just for Champions Path. I can just put everything into the current live custom booster. All right. Am I weighing the fossil packs? Yes, the fossil packs will be weighed out after they've been sort of like divvied out to everyone, okay? Can we still order the fossil boosters live tomorrow? No. So let's say we open the booster packs and we don't pull Dragonite. Obviously, there will be a greater interest in the packs, but they will not be for sale anymore. So if you're worried about that, I would buy a pack today. Once they're split open and handed out, if no one pulls Dragonite, it could be that he's still in the box somewhere in the remaining packs. And what will happen to the remaining packs is they'll be made available through the live custom boosters. But the fossil custom boosters, but only the fossil custom boosters. I didn't throw that on top of the kitty, right? Okay, here we go. Fresh battle styles. I'm such a deep sleeper. I missed 10 alarm clocks. Oh my God, dude. I had that problem one time, but I bought this is what fixed it. You want to know what fixed it? Some places will still sell a physical alarm clock Not a digital one, a physical one. And the physical alarm clock will have like literal bells and a hammer in between them. And when that alarm clock goes off, the hammer swings back and forth and it sets the bells off. And it is so blaringly loud, I guarantee you could not sleep through it. And then what you do is you place it on the other side of the room, so you have to stand up to turn it off. All right, here goes. Yeah, I had a job where I used to wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning, every morning. That was my first job with, not my first job, that was my Coca-Cola job. My first job was working for my dad, and my second job was working for Target. Yeah, so if you're having trouble with your alarm clock, it's because you're not making it painful enough. And that's natural because you're, even before it goes off, you're trying to say, I don't want my alarm clock to be that painful. He says, I might get one. But yeah, it could also be the case that your cell phone or your whatever you have just doesn't reach high enough sound decibels. You can get one that'll make you go deaf, and that will wake you up. All right, here's Zubat. This is for Adam Woodcock. You ready, Adam? Aegis/. By the way, guys, the table is so full. And I know I put all of these holographic cards in your bag. The truth is, with holographic cards, you won't grade most of them. Like, take a quick look. You could see right off the bat this guy is off center. And they're a dime a dozen. They're all over the place. When we do find a nice holographic card, I tend to set it to the side for you. Well, anyways, if you ever want to put your bag on a diet and make your bag thinner, you always have the option of donating the holographic cards back to the table. They'll go in a little pile over here, and then they'll be placed into the live custom boosters eventually. So they'll just be fodder for the live custom boosters. You're always welcome to make that donation. I just thought I'd say that because some people really don't care about their holos. I automatically put it into your bag, and we can make your bag fit on the table better if your bag's a bit thinner. So, Mr. Adam, let's find your bag. Does he have a bag? He says I have a bag. Mr. Adam, I'm so sorry, but all you pulled today were holos. And I hate to say it, I was even showing them off. They're a little off-center. What could we do about it? Anthony Williams, Adam Moondor. Oh, here we go. It's Adam. It's Adam. Do I have to purchase a bag? How's it going, Amanda? So, Amanda, the way it works, so first of all, you have to be an adult to order. You can't be a kid. You have to, if you're a kid, your mom or dad has to make the order. And the way you order is there's a PayPal link in the description. And also the description acts as a menu. So you just pick out what you want, use a calculator or your phone to add up what it, or maybe you just do some simple math, you know, like 7 plus 7 is 14. And then you send that money over using PayPal. There's a few rules. Do not use friends and family. This is a business transaction, so I'm not your family. So you've got to choose when you're buying on PayPal. You got to choose merchandise, right? That's what you're buying is merchandise. Don't choose friends and family. I think I can get in trouble for that, but I've never gotten in trouble for it. Because PayPal will go, oh, he's trying to avoid the fees, huh? Because that's what happens when you choose friends and family. I don't have to pay any merchant fees, and so it's a bad thing because PayPal doesn't like that, and they'll flag me probably if that happened too much. They'd probably flag me. So choose merchandise. It also gives you protection as the buyer. So if I said, hey, I'm keeping all your cards, you could say, hey, PayPal, he stole from me. But don't worry, that will never happen. I just thought I'd mention it though. Anyways, so choose the merchandise option when you make a purchase through PayPal. And then what happens is you get a bag on the table when your cards get opened. And the way we do card openings here is you don't keep your bulk, just your hits and your holos. Okay? So the bulk gets put to the side. Oh, that reminds me of something. I'm removing bulk boxes. So no more bulk boxes will be for sale anymore. I need to go remove that. I'll do that right now. We're removing bulk boxes for sale. I can't guarantee they come back, actually. I feel that the bulk box system has been terrible. I've got these 2 very crowded shelves full of bulk that nobody ever claims. They just leave it on the shelf. It's pretty bad. Joshua says, why is Fossil 700 bucks? It's not 700, it's $795. And that's because that's the price I'm willing to sell them at. You were here for the death of bulk boxes. Woohoo! It's a historic moment. Next up, we have Nathan Lewis. Nathan says, 1 Vivid Voltage and 1 Rebel Clash. All right, 1 Rebel Clash. Whew. So anyways, once you've made the order on PayPal and you've chosen merchandising and you've left me a note explaining what you ordered, I will then open your cards and put them into a bag. And we'll drop the bulk. And I'm going to sneeze. Man, I'm like a second away from sneezing. Do we get a hit? Hey, it's Rillaboom. What are you doing with this Rillaboom? You get a bag, and then the question becomes, how do I get my bag shipped? And this is very simple. There's 2 ways. Free shipping. The way free shipping works is you go over to the Discord. We have something called a shipping channel, and you just say, okay, I'm done. Please ship my Pokemon cards. And then after a few days, I'll find that message and I'll ship it out. The other option is to pay for shipping, and this is what we call live shipping. I ship your cards immediately right now in the live stream. Well, when your turn comes up in the live stream. All right, that was for Mr. Nathan Lewis. Nathan, let's find your bag, Nathan. I thought you had a... Oh, I remember we shipped that. How much is a bulk box? I just turned off bulk boxes. They're not for sale right now. For those of you who didn't know, I'm getting ready to move, and so we don't want any more bulk laying around that needs to be laying around because it's all got to get moved to the new location. So no more bulk boxes are available, and we'll bring them back after the move, okay? I think. Unless I end up enjoying not having to deal with bulk. You'll take 10 bulk boxes, says James. Have you ever cut the cards in the pack before? Mr. John L. I think he's just asking me that ironically because I get asked that all the time, and so he's trying to annoy me. The truth is, I cut cards one time. I trimmed the top of a valueless card, and that was the only time. I never cut cards. Hassan Diana, he says, can I have 1 Vivid? Mr. Hassan, I've got you 1 Vivid. And 20 matchless fighters. Wow. You've done, he says, and then he'd like international shipping. You got it. Mr. Hassan, all the Poke cards for you. Oh, it's a special night tonight, guys. The matchless fighters are on sale, so they're a little cheaper. And I remember the last time we had them at this price, they basically sold out. And the reason they're at this price is because I had some more arrive today. So we just have more. That's it. 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Show him your lightly sneep zeroed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, we've got your 20 packs and your Vivid Voltage. Let's find out what's in here. We'll start with this. You know what I am scared of snipping? My fingertips. Those scissors come close to my fingertips every time. That's a cold pack. Sorry about that, mister. I also drive a Lamborghini. You driving Lamborghinis? I bought thousands of Dogecoin when it was less than a penny. Mister! How do I know you won't scam? Because this isn't really legit. Do you even have a business license? I do have a business license. You can look it up on a government website, TheCardconomist LLC. I've been doing this for 2 years now. We have a rather large audience. It doesn't seem like it because I guess Pokemon cards, in my opinion, are still a bit of a niche community. And we're running this late at night. And my channel's not the biggest channel. We have about 15,000 subscribers. But I go live every night. Go look at my video history, mister. We go live every night, and we've been doing it for 2 years. So don't feel unconfident. Here goes. All right. Mr. Hassan. We've been doing this for a while. Pack number 2. Pack number 3. The Doge meme. Ooh. Moltres. Boop. I'm 6'8". My Lambo is topless, and I look over the windshield when I drive it. It's a sight to see. What? I'll vouch for Mystery. Cut a Charizard for me. Cold. Hollow. Here's a Dracozolt. All right, Dracozolt. Oh, this song. This is that. This is like the worst song in the whole playlist, I swear to God. Mr. Mike Side's still working on a playlist for us. We keep running into an issue where the music gets claimed and then they want to run ads on the video. Oh, mister, you got the secret rare. Congratulations. What's his name? I think his name's Brawley. All right, that's the secret rare in the box. That's the card that holds a lot of value. It's not necessarily the only secret rare in the box. There can always be two, which we've seen multiple times. Mister, you just found my second bag you were looking for the other night, and you can combine it with the huge one. What's up, Nathan Lewis? With the huge one. All right. Oops, that's a hollow. What did you say the huge one is? If you want to save space. Oh, I wonder if I put the huge one. I wonder if I put the huge one on the shelf behind me. If you have a huge bag somewhere. And cold. Okay, cool. So you did fairly well. You didn't pull as many V cards and VMAX cards as I thought you would, because that was a total of 20 packs, but you only got these 3 guys. The other thing I'd mention is, with him being a boy, he won't be quite as popular. Let me just make sure this isn't too heavy. So I'm going to recommend you drop some of your bulk. I believe this is too heavy for 8 ounces. I'm going to take a little bit of your bulk. I apologize. It's not even valuable to me, but we will want to reduce the weight of your bag so that you remain under 8 ounces. I've been running into a problem with international shipping where I'm getting upcharged between $10 and $14. All right, so Mr. Hassan Diana, you're aware that the shipping for international is... Yeah, I think you paid correctly, right? Let me just take a look. I didn't actually do the math on this order. Hold on. So shipping for international is now $24 for anyone who's international. That was a recent change, is because international shipping has gotten more expensive, okay? I apologize for that. Diana says, Mr. I have a bag. Ah, yes, I should have asked you that. Let's go find it. Mr. Diana. Of course you do. I recognize your name right away. So international shipping went up. It's a really terrible thing. I hate it, but I'm afraid that's what happened. Damon. Dennis. I actually love shipping cards international because it feels like it's a little more challenging, and so it also feels a little more rewarding to figure it out and get it done. Like, we've shipped to India a few times, and it's always cool when we do. So you're saying you got a bag. Oh, I'm looking in the D box. Why am I looking in the D box? Hassan, you have to forgive me. I'm thinking and talking at the same time. I've lost my mind. You'd be in this box over here. Your name starts with an H. ID Chronicle. Gavin. Mr. Hassan. Here we go. Hey, let's see what we have in here. You've got the Professor, Lanoon, Fletching, Dracovish, Blaziken. Nothing too wild. I think your best card in here is actually the Professor Sycamore Full Art from the XY era. Now, that's going to add more weight to the bag, and I don't know how much you like Japanese bulk, but I'm taking a little more off. We can't be over 8 ounces. We just can't be, because they will probably upcharge my count to hell. International shipping is crazy. UPS charges me $80 for 1 pound. Yeah. So, and what we use USPS, international shipping, okay? That's what we're using. They have a first class international shipping, and it's not bad. I think what we'll do on this last step, get these protectors in place. All right, there we go. Oh, okay, here. There we go. All right, let's get your label made. You said we've shipped you before, so this should be easy. The question is, will my software fight me? All right, here it is. Hey, and it totally stored, how nice, it totally stored the additional information I needed to ship, the phone number and the email. Sometimes it doesn't do that. I don't know why. Sometimes it doesn't store it. And it's so frustrating when it doesn't. All right, now we fill in something called a customs forms for if you've never shipped international. We're gonna say it wants to know what's in the bag. So we're gonna say trading cards. I could say Pokemon cards, I guess. Trading cards. They want to know how heavy it is. They want to know what the value of it is. When I talk about the value of the item I'm shipping, I always kind of lowball it because in theory the cards are worth whatever you're going to sell it for. So I try to lowball it to keep the cost of the what do they call it? The custom forms down. I don't know if you can get away with that as much with PSA cards, but I try to lowball even for the PSA cards. All right, I'll be right back. Let's get this live shipped. Your cards are on the way, mister. Oops. I'm gonna accidentally throw the box on top of Kitty if I'm not careful. Whew. Look at these Sun and Moon era booster packs. Team Up, Unified Minds, Cosmic Eclipse, Lost Thunder. Man, so pricey already. All right, so now we have Mr. Jose Soro. He says, 5 matchless fighter packs. I have a bag. I have live shipping. I didn't use it last time. Can you please live ship my bag? Sounds good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got it, Mr. Jose Soro. Sneep. Does anyone like crab? I like Mr. Krabs. Actually, I'm a huge fan of crab. I could eat tons and tons of crab, except it is so expensive that I can't afford it. I mean, I could, but then I'd have less money for pokies, so might as well just have a little tin of sardines. Call it a day. He says, I've got crabs. Does that count? It does. Jose Soro, you get 1 lovely Slow King V. Don't underestimate them. Those V cards, if they grade 10 and they have a good artwork, people will still spend money on it, I'm sure. I'll place these here. All right, we got another live shipping to do right away. Jose Sanchez, did you have a PSA slab? He says, I have a bag. Let's get you shipped, Mr. Jose Soro. I have a dream, he says. Looks like we have shipped you before, so I'm going to go ahead and grab that and print you a fresh label. There's a restaurant that has all-you-can-eat crab for 43 bucks, huh? Wild. I'm living in the wrong place. I should be there eating all-you-can-eat crab. You know, I eat like 20 pounds of it. How do those places make money? I don't even understand. They'd be like, what would you like to drink, sir? I'll have water. Can I offer you any appetizers? Nope. Gotta save room for the crab. Just the crab. And then I wouldn't move from that. I wouldn't move from my table until I eat so much crab that they lose money on me. I'll bring like a friend or like my iPad. I'll just sit there until I'm hungry again. But sir, I'll be like, bring me those crabs. All right, you're live shipped, Mr. Jose. Crab farming is destroying our planet, really? Okay, now we have Mr. Justin Huerta. Good evening, mister. Can I have 2 hidden fates, 1 fossil custom? Also, can you look for my order from last night? Thanks. We sure can. All right. So Justin mentioned he might have been missed last night. Give me a minute. We're doing a search for your name. And PayPal's going as slow as death. So let me refresh PayPal. Yeah, PayPal logged me out. That's why. All right, we're logging back in. Wow, we're getting a lot of orders tonight. Busy night. We'll go nice and fast so that it doesn't take too long. Don't worry, guys. If you're worried about a long wait, we'll chug along the entire time until we get that line really caught up. So it looks like right here, Justin says, Mr. Hope you're doing well. 2 fossil custom and 1 hidden fates. Well, Mr. Justin, there's an easy way to tell if we missed that or not. We should be able to jump into here. Well, I don't see any Justins at all. Of course, then again, we did finish the... No, I don't think I put you in that one, so I don't think I did. All right. Mr. Justin, forgive me for missing your order yesterday. I think you said you wanted an additional... Did you want an additional one? And 1 more... You're 3 spots in here, Mr. Oh, Justin, you know you're going to be upset if you miss, though, right? All right, Justin... Good luck, man. You never know. I've seen guys who have gone deeper than 3 not pull the winning spot. You know what I mean? The hot spot. Mister, can I get a Shoshi? There we go. You need another fossil. Fossil is up to 6. That's the fossil custom. Now, remember, guys, 22 guys go in, 1 guy walks out with the fossil pack. Do the math. So enjoy it, but keep your expectations realistic. I said this before. Might be better to just outright buy a pack. And no doubt that is actually probably true for somebody who might have gone deep on the customs and never pulled a pack with their customs. Okay, let's see. So Justin still needs his 3 hidden fates now. That's the other part of this. And I think... Oh, here's a 10. Perfect. I got a hidden fates 10 right here. Ta-da! Look at those beautiful hidden fates boosters. People continue to open Hidden Fates, and I think they always will. Hidden Fates is just one of those sets that really does look that good. Now, this one's going to go into my box. Okay, that one will be opened for someone else. Can I buy a fossil on October 21st? We're opening it tomorrow, mister. The fossil box will be cracked open tomorrow, so I think you'll miss the train by then. Now, and some of you guys have probably seen my price and thought to yourself, hey, that's kind of expensive. Is it, though? When I crack that box, there will be 1 fewer sealed fossil box in the world. And I know one thing for certain about the old vintage boxes is they just go up, up, up. The other thing I know is there is a special value to having your pack come out of a sealed booster box. There's a special value to that. First of all, you get everything is done in recording. You can timestamp your pulls. Nobody's weighed your pack or messed with it. Nobody's searched the box for the Dragonite and then sold off the remaining packs. No worries about any of those problems. You know exactly where the pack's been. It's right here on the table. The other nice thing is when you buy packs from me, if I open the box and the booster packs are fake or resealed or whatever, you get your money back, or actually what'll happen is I'll just crack open the other fossil box. I got 2 of them, so I'll just crack the other one open. So you're also buying sort of like insurance that you really are getting an authentic pack. And when you go out and make that purchase yourself, let's say you buy the pack independently from a stranger online, somebody who doesn't know half as much as I do about how to take care of packs and how to inspect them and everything like that, you risk all those things. And you know, it's funny. I had a guy actually contact me. Hey, what's up, PokeCoin? Mr. Stock is outpacing Dogecoin. That's right, the stocks are going up, up, up. You don't want to miss out. There's a finite supply. Thanks for the donation, man. There's a finite supply and it's going to the moon. You need to buy and hold her. But yes, so for the fossil box, my point is, while the price is a little bit on the high side, I understand that. I would call it like a bullish price almost. I've also split enough of these vintage boxes open to know that in like before your pulls even return from PSA, the price of those packs will have already risen to the price that I'm asking now. And it's not my first box. I think I've opened like 6 of these now. Is it like, it's got to be like 6 booster boxes now. It happens every time. By the time your cards come back from PSA, everything's gone up in price. And if you get let's say you get a light pack, well, you're getting a box fresh light pack. And by the time that returns from being graded at PSA, you're getting the price of the pack has risen to what you paid for it anyways. So I've seen it is happen every single time without fail. And maybe this will be the time it fails. I don't think it will. Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno. So that was for Justin Huerta. I'm sorry, Justin. Justin, no Charizards in those packs. You know, I've been doing this for a while, and every time I offer packs, I always kind of price it as though they're a little bit of a premium pack. And people go, hey, I don't like your price. And I say, okay, don't buy one. And then people open up the packs. Somebody pulls like a multi-$1,000 card. We had Von Doom opened up an Error Dragonite. Sora pulled like 2 Charizards. In the latest box opening, we had a Gym Heroes pack. Somebody pulled what appears to be a PSA 10 Moltres out. Oh, wait. JU. I'm looking at the wrong box. That's why I'm not seeing your name. JU. We don't know what will happen with this box. Maybe it'll be a disappointing box. Hopefully not. But, you know, the thing that's nice about it is you're really getting a pack from an unsearched box. And again, that means that the good pulls have not come out of the box yet. And there's a very large value to that. There's a very large value to that. The pack hasn't been tossed around or sitting in somebody's like folder from 20 years ago, right? If you get like a sealed pack and they put it in like their Pokemon collection folder and it sits outside in a garage, you don't know if it's been in a room temperature room all these years or if it's been sitting in this guy's garage. Well, I can tell you that the packs we have are in really good shape. Both boxes are totally pristine with pointy corners. And again, like if it ends up that the packs are resealed or fake or whatever, you don't have to worry about it. That's the risk that I take. And that's part of my cost. Because if I ever get a fake box, I'm out like $30,000. I got to return. And, you know, obviously I didn't pay that much for the box, but that's my opportunity cost. That's what I should have gotten. And I didn't get it because it was fake. You see what I'm saying? All right, let's see. Next up, we got Mr. Bin Bin. What's up, Bin Bin? He wants 4 live custom boosters. Wow, that's a large order. That is a large order. Pack number 1 is going to be a booster pack attack team. Pack number 2 for Rizian. Oops. Number 3, Hollow Entei and Hollow. This is a, see this purple energy, psychic energy? That's from Shining Legends, actually. And number 4, this is Golurk from Ancient Origins. Very cool. How was my day? It was a decent day. I got a bunch of shipping I was falling behind on done, and I'm still behind on it. But there's a chunk of shipping that really got done, and just the usual work. Mister, have you seen the price of Pokemon Crystal Game Boy? I was shocked. Yeah, Pokemon Crystal, huh? If you've got a sealed video game, it can be worth a lot of money. And if you bought them a little while ago, you probably got a much better deal on them. You ready? In your pack, you've got Articuno, Giratina, Ninetales, Water Energy, and Wishy Washy. Very nice. The fossil is $100. Get it quick! All right, here's Articuno. Mr. Bin Bin, let's go ahead and get this into your bag. Did he say he has a bag? He didn't say he has a bag. I think you're going to need a new bag because I don't think I've seen your bag in a long time. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new bag for you right off the bat. Love those tag team boosters. All right. Thanks for returning and showing us what's in those custom boosters. Very exciting. CB6 has lots of hits in it, not evolutions. The best one looking is Secret Rare Pikachu. Let me show you something. So he was talking about a sealed crystal Pokemon game, and I want to show you something I got. Give me a moment. Some of you guys have already seen this. This is not in great condition. There it is. That's my sealed Pokemon Red. It's so old. Sealed Pokemon Red. Now, the Pokemon Red's in pretty bad shape, unfortunately. Give me a moment. These other ones are in a bit better of shape, though. There's Pokemon Silver. Pokemon Yellow. And Pokemon Blue. So I need to send these off to VGA for grading, or whichever company. And I need to be very careful how we handle these when we move them all, because we gotta ship them out to our new home. All right, so I thought you guys would enjoy that. You know what I almost did? I almost bought a Pokemon Yellow to put into the large, a sealed Pokemon Yellow. Excuse me. All right, Mr. Miguel, he says one fossil custom booster. Wasn't the first yellow game you bought damaged in shipping or something? No, it was fine. That's the only yellow one I bought. All right. It's Mike's Side. I know who that is. Good luck, Mike's Side. I did that right? Yep, fossil. Now we have Mr. Cheese. He says, just a reminder that I sold Alakazam to Wes. That's right, and I took care of that, okay? So his name's written on the back. Now you're saying you would also like a live custom and live shipping. You got it, Mr. Cheese. Mr. Cheese, just a hollow on that pack. Just one hollow. Now, Cheese, you have a bag up here. Some kind of Misty card in there. Strange. What could that be? What could that be? And Cheese, you've got a Marnie for me to ship, don't you? Marnie, and I'm trying to remember the second one. You had a total of 3 cards. Put that red in live custom booster. Well, that red sealed video game is like $7,000 now. I could put it in there, but even if we made it like $100 per booster pack, I'd have to sell 70 booster packs in order to reach $7,000. So, or yeah, that's a ton. 70? Yeah, I'd have to get $7,000 out of it to break even. Actually, probably more than 7,000, because then there would be an eBay PayPal fee times 70 and 3% or whatever it is they take. They take 0.3%. That's what it is. All right, let's get you a label going, Mr. Cheese. Mister, I have another trade proposal for the CGC Zard. 100 beautiful card savers and a booster pack of your choice. Okay, so let me think about it. Yeah, we could do something like that, Mr. Ivansky, if you'd like. Sounds good to me, mister. Some card graders. Oh, okay, I guess I never had your email, huh, Cheese? Let me go ahead and print up this shipping label. In 100 years, those games will be worth millions in the Pokemon Museum. Probably not millions, but maybe like 40,000. All right, I'll be back. Probably more. Actually, I think some of them already do cost that much if the grade's really good. So, Mr. Cheese, where am I going to find? I know you had some cards returned. Where am I going to find them? I'm running into this thing. Sometimes I have a problem where there's a ton of cards returning. I got to ship them all out. So let's see. Ryoma, Rosora, Tim O, Holo Chromag. Here we are. 2 cheese cards, a Marnie and a Naughty Grimer. All right. It's better than 6. Mr. Cheese. I might double box this, Mr. Cheese. I think this is a risk to ship such a good item. Because I think the Marnie would be expensive to replace. Alright. I'm going to use the bigger box. That's what I'm going to do. Hold your ears. All right. And now you are live shipped. Woohoo! Cheese's lovely Marnie is on the way. Next up, we have Kara Nichols, 3 matchless, 2 vivid, and 1 custom pack. You got it. How's it going, Miss Kara? Here you are. For your live custom booster, you pull Vespa Queen. All right, from Ancient Origins. Naughty Grimer 9. How much does that card sell for? Like 200 probably? Red is older. Fire Red is the Gen 3 remake. That's right. Red is the original. Red is real old. It would be cool if we did some kind of live custom for Red, wouldn't it? I couldn't really find a Naughty Grimer in mint on eBay, says Flozy. Naughty Grimer. That's because everyone buys them up. Everyone wishes they had a Naughty Grimer. Pack number 2. Ah, look at this. Pikachu V. Very nice pull. You saw Rick from Pawn Stars missed a chance to buy a whole collection of Beckett graded Charizards for $500,000. Yup. That's right. That's a pretty classic moment in Pawn Star history because he missed out on one of the most collectible items in the world right now, which is Pokemon cards. And I don't even know if Gary truly would have sold to him. But now you got Gary selling like Charizard to Logan Paul for, you know, $500,000 just one Charizard. You know what I mean? Are you asking, stating, trying to help, or trying to insult? Gary didn't actually want to sell them. Gary said he would never have sold to him. Yeah, very interesting. Very, very interesting. I heard that before. All right. The Grimer's hard to even find in Japan, never mind States Raw. I got quite a few of those Grimers. They're out grading right now, and eventually they'll return. Big fan of that card. So, Kara. Miss Kara. Let's find your bag. Kurt. Kyle. Lachlan. Kyle. Cub. Cass. Kyle. King. What are all these names, man? Lewis. Kevin. Kelby. Kyle again. Luke. I'm going to guess we keep you up top. I'm going to guess I said, let's keep Kara Nichols up top. Is that what's going on? Let's see if that's what's going on. I do have a book box. Am I getting to keep them? Yes. Yes, your book went into your book box. Here's Kano Zone. Well, that is odd. You'd think that I would be able to find your bag right away. Oh, you know what it is? Your bag's in the overflow. That's what it is. I remember now. Haha, there we are. Beautiful. Not bad. You got the Slow King and the Pikachu, and there's a lovely Vespa Queen. All right. Let's see what's next. Joey Barton. What's up, Joey? Joey says, 1 live custom booster and a fossil custom booster. You guys are big fans of these live custom boosters. Can you guys tell me what you like most about them? This is Shinx. What do you guys like most about it? Sorry, Joey, just a Shinx this time. Let's get the fossil. I understand the fossil one. The fossil one is to get a fossil pack. All right. Mr. Joey. Team Trubbish says, the gamble. All right. And I'll pop this back here. The higher risk, maybe, the higher risk reward odds in the box. It's the high stakes table. The mind sweeps. That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the mind sweeps. I love it. Joey. Where's Joey? John. You have a bag, right, Joey? I feel like you definitely did. Like I would have just seen your bag like just a day ago. Joey Barton. Here it is. The customs are like the hometown dine-in that no other towns have. That's a good way to put it. I like that. You know that I made it by hand. That's a good way to describe it, sure. I work really hard on trying to figure out the best way to make them enjoyable. Mister, how do we get in on the Fossil Box break? Need a message on Discord to purchase a pack. How's it going, nurses? I apologize if I say your name wrong. And the way you will get in is you have to purchase a pack from me over the PayPals, okay? The other option is to send a check, which I don't know if there's time for that anymore. I mean, I don't think there is. So I was going to say, if you send a check, they're for $775, which is cheaper, and people keep asking, well, they don't keep asking, but I'm trying to help them think about how to get it a little cheaper. But yeah, so if you'd like one, there's 2 options. You can buy a pack outright for $7.95 on PayPal, or you can take a shot in the Fossil Custom Booster Box. That's where we open up a booster box that I put together personally, full of various Pokemon cards, including, you know, decent like full arts, Vs, maybe a slab. But one person will always have a shot to pull the Fossil Custom Booster out of there. And that's what you see people jumping into. All right, Louis Rodriguez says, 4 Unified Minds. Well, mister, I got 4 Unified Minds for you right here. How about this, Mr. Louis? Mr. Louis. You know, if it's your first time ordering on this table, it might not be a good idea for you to order such a large thing for me. But I mean, you know, if you're very comfortable with it, maybe you're like a trust fund baby, maybe you got a good job and you don't really care, you don't mind the risk. Just remember, you might not like what you get out of the box. Not everyone's going to be pulling Dragonites, right? That's what Pokemon cards are all about. One person typically will pull a Dragonite, and everyone else will miss. That's Magnezone. It's not just Dragonite either in the box. The Fossil set has a lot of cool cards. Gengar, I want a Gengar. So Dragonite and Gengar are in there. Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno are in there. They're really cool as well. What else do we have? We have Hitmonlee. We have, Lapras. So if you can get a 10 on a Fossil Lapras, that's an extremely valuable card because the pop count for the Lapras is really low. Luis Rodriguez, just hollows this time, man. Sorry. All right. If it's a light pack that you get out of the box, what I recommend is then sending it off to PSA to grade. You can do that yourself at home, or you can hire me to send it off to grade, okay? Do I need help with moving? Yeah, we'll end up hiring a moving team. Will I be opening a pack for myself? Yes, I'll be opening a pack for myself. What's the box after Fossil? There's probably not going to be a box after Fossil, okay? There may be a long break. Maybe it'll be like something simple, like an XY era box. But this might be the last WotC era box I open for a while. They're just so damn expensive. But I don't know. You know, it's not just that they're expensive. It's like they're such a high risk for me. You guys have no idea. Like, there's these boxes on the market. They cost $1 bazillion. And I'm supposed to sell them. I'm supposed to flip them, right? So I'm doing all this. I'm taking this risk. And I'm doing this work. And, you know, I'm hosting it and all that. There's a, you know, I get a cut. But it's like, I'm scared. I've been lucky so far opening all these boxes. But the boxes are so expensive now. If something goes wrong, a card goes missing in the mail, or they end up being a fake box, man, I just get killed if that happens. So I don't know. We could do box breaks on cheaper boxes though, so that's possible. Maybe something like an XY era box. People say black and white, but I've seen the black and white era pulls and I don't like them. They're kind of ugly. But Ancient Origins is really nice. I like Ancient Origins. Would you let me buy a shiny V-Box? I couldn't do that for you, Kara Nichols, because your argument here is that you've bought cards in the past, but you know, a lot of people on this channel has. And the prices really are determined just based off of what I think people are going to buy each night. We typically have sales the entire night. I never run out of packs to order until like the very last minute. And the other thing I would say is, you know, if we drop the price, what'll end up happening, the demand will shoot up and the wait times on this channel will shoot up too. So wait times are a pretty large part of how the prices are decided. If people are waiting 2 hours to get, like, you know, their packs open, it just means that the demand is way too high. Is it super busy tonight? You ordered an hour ago. Right, so there you go. So James is asking, you know, if it's busy tonight, and let's see where you are, James. Mr. James, who did we just help? We just helped Miss Kara Nichols, and let's see if we missed you, actually, James. I'm gonna scroll down. I don't think we missed you. Let me try refreshing. I'll give you an idea, okay? Wow, can I make my first order of 15, or is there a basis to start off first? Mr. Unpackham says. You could, if it's your first order, I don't allow a really, really large order on your first order. So I would recommend making a smaller order first and letting me ship you your first box of Pokemon cards, okay? All right, give me a second, Mr. James O'Brien. What if my first order is Fossil? Well, then your first order would be Fossil. So let's see. Right back down to Louis, right? Here it is, Louis Rodriguez. And Mr. James O'Brien, I'm not seeing your order beneath the Lewis, so let me see if it's above it. So the order would be Dustin Day, Alexio, Jose Aquiles, Henry Levia, Javier, Miguel, Amanda, Austin, David, Joey, Rafael, Mitchell, Isaiah, Jeremy, Giovanni, Connor, Ricardo, Ivansky, Juan Garcia. Mr. James, what I would do is I would check back and make sure that your PayPal transaction actually went through. It might be the case that your transaction never went through because you're not on the list at all. All right, who is next? It is Dustin Day, who says, hey, mister, I'll take a live custom booster and 6 matchless fighters. All right. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. And the live custom booster, huh? So you want to pull the hot one. What does Mr. Dustin get? I'm sorry, Dustin, you got Keldeo. That's not the hot one. I was told this was going to be the hot one. What if I gave you $2,000? What would I get? You'd get a whole bunch of Pokemon cards. Sneep. I have a Matchless Fighters and really want a Snorlax, but never pulled it yet. You know, it's funny. We pulled 3 of the Snorlaxes on this channel already. And then I think through the live custom boosters, I've had you guys pull like an additional, I think it's like 6 Snorlaxes, right? Is it 6? Some high number. Wasn't it 6, mister? I believe so, right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, Articuno. Haha. And 6. So there you go, all 6 boosters for Mr. Dustin Day. Dustin Day, Dogecoin millionaire. Kids now die very young, all to prove that they are gangster. Oof. Yeah, being in a gang's not such a good idea. I don't know why people join gangs. I never understood that. I think maybe I'm not as sociable as other people, so I never had the temptation. You know what I mean? Actually, you know what I really don't understand is the desire to be cool. That flies right over my head. The idea of, or maybe it's just the definition of what you think cool is. Mr. Dustin, you're the one with the Charizard VMAX. Holy moly. The idea of being cool, like, what do you guys find cool? Define what it means to be cool to me in your own words. Leather jacket, he smokes marble, I can't even say the name. He smokes cigarettes, gangster with girlfriends or something like that. And you know what's funny? Maybe I'm more of a nerd, but what I find really cool is just a guy who's real successful in life and does whatever he wants because he's successful, right? All right, Dustin, you know, have your own hobbies like Pokemon cards and playing video games. Well, yeah, most people would call that nerdy, but to me, that's cool. And when I look at other guys and they're like, well, I wanna be in a gang and whatever, frick bitches or whatever. And not that I have anything against women, right? I really like ladies, but it's just it's hard for me to understand the appeal. You know, even just the style, the way they talk. People who think they're exceedingly cool. That's what I'm referencing here. I don't understand it in music. I don't understand it in culture because our definition of what it means to be cool, and I think coolness is an interesting thing. I think it has to do with like sexual attraction, but it's like I wouldn't be attracted to anything like that. You know what I mean? It's like a turn off. Alexio Alvarez. He wants 1 fossil custom. Manual shift V8 64 Ford. All right. Well, how would you guys define a typically cool person? What about them makes them cool? How do they dress? To me, a cool guy would be a CEO wearing his power suit. That's cool. Or, you know, like, to me, the way a cool person would dress is in like almost an engineering jumpsuit. He just wears his work suit. You know what I mean? Not suit and tie necessarily, but or maybe just like a gray shirt and gray shorts because he doesn't think about his clothing. He just focuses on work and he codes all day, that kind of stuff, right? So that's cool to me. But like the whole leather jacket and I just don't understand fashion. It just goes right over my head. All the fashion stuff or the fashion statements, none of that makes sense to me, and it's so not cool. If I could go back to my teenage years and fix the way I acted back then, I really would. For me, a typical cool guy would have 10 PS. That's right, you understand me. I wear old clothing that is cheap. Yeah, that's right. You know, when I was getting ready in my senior year to graduate with my computer science degree, one of the things my wife and I were doing were we were driving all over to these events that software engineering companies host to attract seniors. So what they do is they host like pizza parties at their company and they say, hey, apply here. So we were going to those and we would get to shake hands with the guy who runs the software team. And you know what was fun? Very often, he would just be wearing like clothing that you think he picked up at Goodwill, or he'd be wearing a Star Wars shirt or something like that, or Game of Thrones, you know, something like that. Some nerdy guy, his hair would be like grown out, whatever. And many of the software engineers there would dress the same way. They didn't even dress business casual. They would just straight up dress like they're on the beach on vacation. And some people call that nerdy, but I call that cool because you're living the way you want to live. It's almost like more natural, you know, on the beach with the drink in your hand, rather than uh, peacocking, I guess is the term that you might use for what you see in the music videos. That's cool. I like that. Next up, we have Mr. Achilles GL. He says, "One Fossil Custom Boosters, Mr. Thanks. I hope everything has been going well. Been quite busy lately. I'll soon be on here more often." Busy? That's a good thing, mister. It's a good thing to stay busy. Of course, one of the reasons that we work late at night is because a lot of you guys are adults, and I like having an adult audience. And adults work all day, and I know they do, so I like to be on at night for you guys. Okay, there we go. Am I still going by your nickname? I really shouldn't, because I don't do that for anyone else. So Miss Ginger, Ginger Mac Isaac says, "True cool is keeping their Benjamins in their pockets, not on their backs." Yeah, and that's a very, it's funny because maybe about 10 years ago, that was a kind of almost like an innovative idea. I feel like a lot of people are more aware of that now, thanks to YouTube. There's a lot of, you buy status symbols, right? Oh, I got a gold chain and diamond teeth, and here's my Lamborghini. And well, and actually, extremely wealthy people can actually afford those things. So if you're like a football player pulling out millions of dollars, of course you can afford that. But there's so many people who are just kind of like sort of upper middle class buying those items, and they're not actually that wealthy. And also, it keeps you from truly building wealth. But yeah, so a little bit of a finance nerd, I would say I fall into that group. So, but what's sexy to me is somebody who's so financially free that they can go on a vacation to like Japan, or they could buy a second home in Norway or whatever they're going to do, and just live a like a more meaningful life. But you, in the music videos where they're depicting like a cool man, very often he's covered in those status symbols, and there is always some expensive thing that nobody needs. It's just like diamond rings. Remember, at some point people realized the whole diamond ring industry was just sort of made up. We just sort of made it up and said, hey, see these little pebbles we get out of the ground? Now you're going to spend $4,000 on that. And a lot of young people have caught on to that and realized it's not really worth it. Let's see who's next. We got Henry Levia says 10 matchless fighters. He says, oh, like NFTs? No! Buy every NFT, mister. To the moon! I'm buying every NFT. All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. To the moon! Try to consolidate those packs. They're all over the place. Mike Size says, check the video to see if it's okay to go. Okay. Let's see. I guess we could turn it on in the middle of the live stream. Let's see. Give me a second, guys. Mr. Mike Side's been working on music for us. One moment. I'm looking it up. Check still running. So it's warning me that it's unlisted. It's not monetized. It says check still running, huh? I'll let it finish saying that, because what it might be doing is it might be checking the video for any cases of copyright claims. All right, let's do it. But so specifically, you know, we started this little conversation because somebody said something along the lines of young kids dying in gangs, and it's true though. It really doesn't help you in the long run, in my opinion. It exposes you to drugs that you might get addicted to. It puts you into situations. Those situations tend to really benefit the person running the gang, but not the little people at the bottom of the gang, especially not young kids in the gang. You know why they bring young kids into a gang? Because those young kids are very manipulatable. Young kids don't know what's best for them, so the younger you are, the more easily peer pressured you are, and the worse decisions you make under pressure. So guys who already have perhaps, let's say, a list of crimes they've committed, a rap sheet, they'll have young kids join the gang because they'll get the kid to do the most, let's say, the most incriminating part of the work, because the kid doesn't have a rap sheet. And the laws are different for how you punish a kid versus punishing an adult. And so kids get sucked into gangs because they're probably tempted to join them by the adults who are the real ones who benefit from the gang. Again, there's always a hierarchy. In every social group, there's a hierarchy, and there's somebody who runs the gang, and he's at the top, keeping his hands clean, and you're at the bottom doing his henchman work. And they say, you know what we need? We need some kids to do this. And then the kid gets involved in, you know, gang war, or he gets in trouble with the cops, and it's all part of that whole cycle of poverty. Gangs and drugs. And gangs, the reason gangs exist, of course, is because you have illegal activity. We as a society, we say we're not going to allow this illegal activity because it harms society. And once it becomes illegal, the gangs go, well, the cops made it illegal, but we're going to peddle in that illegal industry and make a lot of money because we have no natural competitors, because it's not industrialized, right? It's just us. We're the ones doing it. So that's where the gangs come from. But, you know, what I don't understand is how the kids are so easily convinced to join. For me, I don't know. It's got to be like fatherlessness or something. I don't know what it is. Maybe they're looking for a father figure, and these tough guys who run the gangs really are like a father figure to them. That's what I figure. That's why reason happens. And it's really unfortunate because there's so many good father figures out there to replicate. And you're replicating the guy who is most likely to harm innocent people, most likely to end up in jail, and most likely to take advantage of you. You know what I mean? Because he doesn't care about you in the end. If a drug lord had to choose between his henchmen and their kids and himself, he's going to pick himself every time. He's a sociopath. That's why he's into what he does. That's why he likes to do that kind of work. All right, so that was for Mr. Henry Levia. Sorry, Henry, no secret rare there. Let's find your bag. For some people, it's survival. Now, I agree with that too. So I think another reason people get sucked into gangs is because you can't find a job. But I only believe in that up to a degree. I think there's a lot of places where there's plenty of jobs, but the difference is they don't pay well. And it turns out gang violence and drugs pay extremely well because it's illegal. So, and I read a whole book on this when I was younger. And it talked about how illegal activity can make you rich real fast. So the temptation to go sell drugs is really high because you can go out and make like $100 an hour selling illegal drugs, or you can work for $7 an hour at McDonald's where everyone thinks you're an idiot and your manager mistreats you. What are you going to choose? So you're going to choose the drugs because that makes the most financial sense, and you're just trying to hustle, right? That's where we come up with terms like that. And so the appeal is there. I think what a lot of people miscalculate is how badly it damages your future, though. And I feel like one of the skills I've always had is the ability to balance what's worth my time. And if you're very good at balancing that, you'll realize it's really a higher risk than you're probably thinking it is. Why take on the risk? Take the conservative approach. Brad says live shipping. What's up, Brad? Did I miss something for you, Brad? Oh, live shipping. I'm sorry. Is that for Henry Levia? Henry, let's get your Poke cards back out. They also joined because they want to rebel against their parents and the government. Well, I mean, I guess that goes kind of along the same lines as not having a father. Well, if you hate your father, that's very similar to not having a father, right? So it's along the same lines. As for rebelling against the government, I can kind of see that. I think people tend to rebel against the government when they perceive that they've been abused by the government, which some people are abused by the government. So that's a self-inflicted wound when people feel that they need to rebel against the government. Sometimes it's because the government lets you down. And I think that's all part of why people aren't, they don't really pledge any kind of allegiance to anyone anymore, because it's hard to know who loves you anymore. You know what I mean? Like, is the government really going to be there for you? People aren't sure, and I think plenty of people say no. Mr. McDonald's have Pokies. That's right. I'm pledging allegiance to McDonald's because McDonald's gives me the good Pokies. right, sweet. There we go. Mr. Henry, your life shipped. Henry Levio. Alex, thank you so much for that donation, man. I really appreciate it. Let's see who's after Henry. After Henry, we have Javier. Hello, Javier. He wants 15 matchless. Wow. All right. Let's get it. Hold on. 15 matchless. Mike says, life can be good sometimes. It's all about cherishing. Well, I was going to say this idea of who loves you is actually a really important idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. You know, people don't feel like their employers love them. Your employer's not going to take care of you. He's going to kick you to the curb. The government doesn't love you. The government's not going to take care of you. They're going to simp for your vote. So that part's true at least. But after that, they don't love you. You're just another statistic for them, really. And the more you believe that, the less pledged to that government you feel. And the same goes for like your family. Maybe you, and I know this, you know, personally, I understand this part. So the funny thing is I met lots of guys like me who didn't have good families, and they had that sort of attitude where they would have fallen in with the gang. And I knew some of them that got into drugs and basically just ruined their lives because I was friends with them, right? We all had similar stories. So we felt like we had stuff in common, and I'd hang out with them. We'd actually go places together and play games. But they had different attitudes than I did. And maybe that's one of the most dangerous things that gets produced out of a gang. A gang makes you feel like you're finally loved by somebody. You know what I mean? So if you're not getting that unconditional love from your parents, it's not like the desire to have it goes away. So you go to the next best thing, a gang. And the gang, I'm assuming a well-run gang, creates that sort of bonding feeling, like people are going to take care of you, people care about you because you're in their gang, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like a mini nation almost. But the reality is, the ability to rise up in power, I think, comes from the ability to make horribly difficult decisions. And the ability to make those tough decisions is something you could even describe as sociopathy. And so the guy running the gang, and this is the part that you don't understand, or the people joining the gangs, I don't think they ever understand this point. He doesn't actually love you. He's very good at probably making you feel loved. Articuno, look at this. Oh, beautiful card. That's for Mr. Javier Arroyo. Ooh. So I would say the guy running the gang is probably like he's probably very detached from the people who do his work for him, but he's probably very good at maybe like orchestrating the culture and environment of the group to make you feel like finally somebody has your back. You know what I mean? Like somebody would kill somebody else for you because they got your back. And that feels a little bit like having a dad, or feeling like you're loved unconditionally, and that you have something to work toward and be part of. But it's all based on a lie, because the guy who runs the little mafia, or the guy who runs the gang, he is always going to be out for himself first. And that's true for businesses too. So gangs, in my opinion, gangs are just a sophisticated kind of illegal business. So the CEO of corporate America, whatever place you work, he doesn't love you. He values you as a worker. And the same is true for gangs. But the difference is, if you join the gang, now you're risking getting shot, you're risking going to jail, ruin your career opportunities, and feed people drugs, which is, some drugs are really bad, like meth, right? Or prostitution and sex trafficking. Some of that stuff's really harmful, you know what I mean? So, ooh, look at this Articuno. Beautiful. Mr. Javier, let's find your bag. Congratulations on that. Can we join Rocket Gang? You guys can join Rocket Gang, where you will have unconditional love and we can steal everyone's Pokemons. But also, we're going to have a bunch of scientists who genetically modify Pokemon. Sound good? Next up, we have Mr. Mike Side. Mike Side says 10 matchless fighters. All right, Mr. Mike Side. How do we know when our cards are shipped, says Josh. Typically, Josh, you'll know because I contact you in Discord. So in the Please Ship channel, when it is finally your turn, the first thing I do is contact you privately and I tell you that it's your turn. So that's how you know. And so if you've waited a few days and your cards haven't been shipped out, it's because I'm running a little bit behind. I did a little bit of it today. I caught up on a few people. I'm just struggling because I get shipping from eBay and I get shipping from here. And lately, especially with the addition of the card graders, I've been getting an enormous amount of shipping from eBay. Like today, I ended up shipping, it was 12 plus like 16 more orders. So I had about 28 packages to ship for eBay before I even started working on the things that needed to ship out for this channel. All right, Mike's Side, 10 matchless fighters. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my gosh, Lost Thunder. I know, doesn't it look nice? The only gang I want to join is PokeGang. Mister, I did an order, but I'm about to crash. Just want to let you know I have a bag. I did live shipping. Thank you very much. All right, Mike, time to pull you the Snorlax. What's the best card? I think it's the Moltres, right? Moltres Alternative Art. Mr. Battlestyles is gang affiliated. Well, and you know, gangs can be a good thing as long as they're not doing illegal activity. And I think that's a lot of what a community is. We don't call them gangs at that point. We call them communities. So the group we have, the Discord server and the people on it, when people stick around for a long time and eventually you make friends, what you have is a community. But we don't have like an objective. You know, the objective in this community is to kick your feet back and enjoy a good show that I'm hosting. And every day I wake up and I work for you to get that done. But an actual criminal gang, what they have is they have a financial goal to earn a bunch of money, mostly for the boss and his executives. And they go out and sell drugs to people. And so everyone in the gang is earning money. But of course, the majority of that money goes to the untouchable boss, who the cops never catch. Cold? Come on. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mike's Side. No secret rare for you, mister. I have all the COVID vaccines in me. I shall be immortal. Mister, you going to share some of that immortality with me? I need some immortality. You have to pay $2 a month to join. Yeah, in this gang, you don't make any money. You open Pokemon cards and pay $2 a month for gang membership. Would you guys like it more if I did more handouts, by the way? Yo, last night when we did the Dark Charmeleon giveaway, did you know I picked up 100 subs that day? The last time I was picking up subs at that rate was over on the GameConomist channel. But, you know, I guess we had some new people watching then because that's quite a few people to subscribe in one live stream. And people definitely like the idea, a chance for a free Pokies, huh? People are highly motivated for those free Pokies. Now, Miguel, let's find your bag. The name of this is Free PokeGang. It's Miguel. There were a lot of new faces yesterday, says Mr. DeCurls. That's right. Did you lose 100 subs the same night? I did not. No, they did not unsubscribe. But I did lose about $110 because that's what that Charmeleon would have sold for if I wanted to sell him. So even if he didn't cost me that much to obtain when he was a raw card, and even if he didn't cost me that much to grade, which he did kind of cost me some money to grade, the opportunity cost that I lost when I gave him away would have added up to like 110. So that's a lot of money to hand out. It's almost like buying subscribes. It felt like that to a degree. But I don't know. You know, is it so shallow to have a transaction like that? Because people are alive for stuff, right? You want stuff. I want stuff. We're having a drink here, and now I'm burping. Okay, so Amanda LaBoy. It's Amanda LaGirl. Amanda LaGirl would like 2 Darkness Ablaze. How's it going, Amanda? Amanda, I hope you didn't have to wait too long. Amanda LaGirl, are you ready? I heard this is where you get the free Charizards. Sneep. All right. Pack number 1, Dog Trio. And pack number 2, we have Steenie. All right. Look at that, man. Is the open time pretty long tonight? TCC, the word needs to know. Who won the Dark Charmeleon? Tammy Lowe won it. We tried to do a guess a number game where you just guess a number and the person who guesses it gets the card. But that wasn't working. There were too many people. So I changed it to Who's That Pokemon? Remember that old game, Who's That Pokemon? And I swear to God, I revealed the tiniest smidge on the card, and Tammy Lowe was able to guess off of that tiny smidge. Which is funny, because that's exactly how it used to be back then when we played Who's That Pokemon every night. And I was always impressed back then how people could guess what the card is without seeing the actual Pokemon. All right, Steenie. Tammy made a hella good guess. Could be less, could be more. Okay, Amanda. Could be Alex PSX's Mr.'s son? What? Amanda? What are you talking about? Yeah, Tammy sniped all the way. It was super snipe. Amanda. La boy. Alex PSX is my son. Oh, now I understand it. Well, I knew that, obviously. Now we have Austin Cochran. He says, Mr. Do it be farting a lot, do it clap, jiggle, shake, do it be sounding like a French horn, do it be high in velocity. I would like 1 shiny star, 1 shiny star, 1 matchless, okay, 1 matchless, and live shipping for Mr. Austin. All right, Austin. Now, when you guys order live shipping, do me a favor and tell me if you already have a bag, because there are so many bags on the table at this point that that's some vital information. If I know you don't have a bag, then I don't have to go searching through all these bags first before we... Here it is, right here, see? So we would have missed that. Mr. Austin did have a bag. I have a bag, I have a bag, I have a bag. Sneep. Time to pull the good ones, right? Mr. Did Von Doom sell the Air Dragonite during this Poke Craze? I hope he didn't. I really would like him to keep that Dragonite. I think he should keep it and display it for all of us. I have a bag, I have a bag, I have a bag. I think he has a bag. So there's that Articuno. What a nice card. And in here... I don't like that Paladin's Quest song. We're just going to pull 1 Failings, huh? A little bit of a cold pack. Sorry, mister. Nothing too crazy coming out of these. Let's get your cards live shipped. Look at all these Pokies. My black and yellow, unsure what ball that is. Ball disappeared. The black and yellow ball, that's the Ultra Ball. And what might be needed, you might need to make sure you're logged in on the right account. And then make sure that, I don't know. I wonder what would cause it to be lost. Did it get lost because... See, I've actually never been a member of anyone else's channel. I only know that you guys have memberships here. Is it like a monthly thing where the months end eventually? I just had it when I messaged earlier, LMAO. Well, maybe it was because this exact hour would have been the hour that it dries up. Which would make sense, by the way, because you probably ordered the membership during this hour of the live stream. Here we go, Austin. Kyogre Kings, thanks for becoming a member, mister. I think we needed 14 members to have access to a new emoji. That's how it works, by the way. So the way it works is the more members you have, the more emojis you're allowed to have. And we needed a whopping 14 new members for 1 new emoji. I don't know how I feel about that with YouTube, but maybe there is a reason why they have it set up like that. Excuse me, because maybe for them to store all these images in their servers, maybe there's a certain cost to that. And they say, well, if you want to have lots of images, you got to have lots of memberships. That's my guess. All right, Austin, I have your address with 41. Oh, you provide a different address, Mr. Austin. So, Mr. Austin Cochran, I strongly recommend that you update your address in PayPal because one day you will have your item misdelivered to your old address, okay? So take a minute. Don't procrastinate, okay? Don't procrastinate. And let me make sure everything looks good. Okay. Yeah, don't procrastinate. There we go. I noticed your email is Chef Austin. So, Mr. Austin, you're not from way back in the days, are you? You're not a different guy, are you? Are you one of the nickname guys from a long time ago? Let me just double check actually, just to be safe. Give me a second, guys. I got some slabs to ship. Some graded cards. I'll call them graded cards. John L, you're a new member. Look at that. It's John L. Hold on. He said my membership really did expire. Yeah, I think that's how it works. I think the memberships eventually expire. He says, no, I'm not. Oh, thank you. Okay, so I don't have to look that up anymore. Cool. I'll be right back. Let's get this live shipped. This is a very easy package to ship because it's so small. Just goes into a yellow envelope. All right. Your cards are on the way. Woohoo! Did you all see the UFO sighting? That's right. In the news today, the was it the Pentagon or was it the Navy? They confirmed that they sighted a UFO. And it was this really strange flying object, and it was captured on video. They don't know what it is. It's not necessarily an alien. They just call anything they can't identify, they call it a UFO. So it could be like some kind of new drone made by another country or just, I don't know, who knows what it is. But you know what? For fun's sake, let's decide that it's definitely an alien. The flying triangle, that was all over the news. There's a lot of stuff happening in the news, man. Tons of stuff. Okay, so next up we have David Correa. David wants 10 matchless fighters, only the hot ones, and I have a bag. You got it, mister. Only the hot ones. Mister, I'm smooth brain. I somehow let my membership lapse for 5 minutes. Yeah, you better not do that. That's a bad idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. David. Matchless popular again. Nice to see. Well, that's because for tonight, the price is lower on Matchless. So the price is cheaper. And that's probably driving a lot of the orders. And when I start running low on it again, I'll probably raise the price. But just for a little while at least, you guys don't have to worry about it. When I realized how popular the set was, I put in a large order, and it arrived today. Mister, if it's not aliens and just people from the distant future, yeah, who knows what it is? Who knows? So we're opening for Mr. David. Only the hot ones. I have a bag. We've got Slow King. What do you guys think? You think that the flying triangle was an alien? Here's Zapdos. Could just be somebody playing a really good trick on everyone. Mister, are you still accepting Bitcoin tonight? I am. I posted my Bitcoin wallet ID, my Coinbase wallet ID. So let me know, though, because what I wanted to do is just receive one purchase using Coinbase. Oh, I have no way of looking it up because I use my phone to do Coinbase. I'll have to log in on my computer to check it then. No, I think I have logged in on my computer for Coinbase before, so it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, so one of the things I'm experimenting with, everyone, is accepting purchases in cryptocurrency, okay? So in the future, you might be able to purchase using like Bitcoin or purchase using hopefully Dogecoin. That would be really funny, but actually Coinbase doesn't accept Dogecoin right now. All right, so that's David Correa. And I think what I'll offer in the future, guys, if I can successfully give you store credit for, let's say, a cryptocurrency, you send over Bitcoin of a certain dollar amount, and then I'll create like a profile for you and say, hey, you've got this much, you have XYZ amount of store credit, right? So if we have that set up, what I'll do is I'll agree to accept Bitcoin as a payment, and then I'll agree that I'll never sell the Bitcoin. So we'll just be holding it forever. So I thought that would be pretty cool if we do something like that for those who love cryptocurrencies. But I need time to get that all figured out. Religion has already been disproved. I knew it. Okay, I'll give 1 Bitcoin. How's Kitty doing? She's asleep on the couch. She looks very comfortable. All right, you didn't do too bad, Mr. David, picking up a total of 4 hits. And let's find your bag now. The UFO is a distraction from something else. Let's see. David Correa. For those of you who are curious about the whole Bitcoin thing, I posted, I posted my address in the announcement channel of the Discord. And it's just to a Coinbase wallet. And my big concern is this. I think that Coinbase takes a lot of that money. I think they take a lot of it if you make the trade without using a Coinbase wallet. So if you're using some other kind of wallet and you send me Bitcoin, they're going to take some large chunk of that. And so the fee in that case would be larger than PayPal's fee. So that's my biggest concern right now. If they have a large fee and it's much larger than PayPal, PayPal's fee is currently 0.3%. There you go, Mr. David. You got a large bag, man. That's why I couldn't find you. Joey Barton. Joey says 2. Sword and Shield matches fighters. You got it, Joey. There was a bioweapon chemicals on that ship that got stuck in the Suez. I'll have my own account with you and trade in Bitcoin. That would be very cool. Why do you think aliens are among us? Well, because I'm an alien. I'm a lizard person. Here's Urshifu. And, just cold ones for Mr. Joey Barton. Yeah, I've never received a payment in a cryptocurrency, so what I don't know is how long does it take to transact? You know what I mean? I've heard someone say that it could take a while, but it can't take that long, right? It won't take like the whole length of the stream, right? I'm assuming it won't. We already do transactions on PayPal that take sometimes like 25 minutes. All right, Joey. Joey, when are you going to hit the secret rares, mister? Rafael Aguilera, he says, capitalism. Take my money, mister. 3 cold lost thunders. Oh, you're already bracing for it. Oh, you want the... Here, I'll get you these ones on the table. We'll start with these. Lost Thunder. You know, the average pull rate is 1 hit in 5 packs. And what you're looking for is really the jackpot. You're looking for that 1 in 36 hyper rares to pop out. And then, not only does it have to be hyper rare, but you're hoping that it'll be Suicune or Lugia. And obviously, there's a lot more Pokemon in this set than just Suicune and Lugia. So let's see what happens. Thank you so much, Mr. Raphael. Raphael likes to go deep, and he likes to open up the cool stuff. So I really appreciate that. We've got Hoppip Unknown. It's just a non-hollow. Here's Blitzel on pack number 2. Come on. Come on. No, it's just not going to happen. I like this Ho-Oh because the Ho-Oh is an old artwork from Gen 2. Yeah, Gen 2 Pokemon. That would have come out of the Neo sets. What Neo set would that Ho-Oh have been from? I don't remember. I'm sorry. Bought it as a joke. It's a good joke now. You're talking about Dogecoin? I made money on Dogecoin, man. I don't technically have cash until I sell the Dogecoin. And when I started up this live stream, Dogecoin was definitely falling back down. So I don't know where it'll be by the time it's done. How many left on the table? There's 1 on the table. And then I have a whole box next to me. It's opened and we've started going through it. Mitchell Shepard is next. He says 1 Darkness Ablaze and 1 Rebel Clash. 1 Darkness, 1 Rebel. For the giveaway, he says, thank you for all you do and the content. Now, I swear to God, if you don't tell me what printer to buy. Okay, so this is a donation to you guys from Mitchell Shepard for the giveaway tonight. I'll buy the left one. The one left. I got you, mister. We'll save that for you then, okay? Doge's still at 0.25. To the moon! All right, there we go. I'm sure the guys in the giveaway highly appreciate it. Next up, we have Isaiah Cantu. What's up, Isaiah? He says, my second order, let's hope I get something good. Can I get 2 unified minds, 1 cosmic, and 2 darkness? All right, we got 2 darkness, 2 unified, and 1 cosmic. Is that right? All right, cool. You guys liking this creepy water world music? Sneap. I should have bought when it was a penny, but Robinhood wanted to be extremely shady. What? Okay. Unified minds. Very good. You missed Super Chat? What's your label printer? Oh, I didn't think you were seriously asking. I thought you were insinuating back to that one guy who made the "you only answer when it benefits you" joke. It's called a Zebra printer label, okay? And there's all kinds of models. The specific model I have is a ZP505. Not that that matters. So I've been using Zebra printers when I was a kid too, right? When I worked for my dad. But there's many different types of printers. In fact, to get this printer label printer to work was extremely difficult because I had to find the drivers that would work with my label printing software, and that took forever. And it took like a whole day to figure it out and get it working. So there could be a label printer that works much better than mine. What I recommend is to just go buy a label printer and get it working with your computer. It doesn't have to be the Zebra. It could be any label printer, but they'll print a smaller piece of paper that fits onto packages more easily, and that's really what you're wanting. The other reason why you buy them is because they'll print onto a sticker, and having the label printed on a sticker is really convenient because then you just peel the sticker off and put it onto your box. The other type of label I really like is the one I see where it's like a thin strip about the size of a strip of packing tape. I like those because you can just lay them on the package and then put the tape over them and they're done being taped. So if I didn't have a sticker type of printer setup, I would probably buy one of those where it's a strip. That's right, we're talking nerdy shipping stuff. I thought you were joking when you asked. I didn't know you were really asking. Tyranitar and Sableye. Here's Rookity. Your second Darkness Ablaze, a Salgor Copper, and one more. It's just Victini. I also see a non-hollow Sylveon. Let's throw that in. That's for Mr. Isaiah Cantu. Isaiah, your second order, huh? The Mega Sableye Tyranitar is a really nice pull, actually. I've Doge with Robinhood, then use actual banks for my stocks and so forth. You know, I'm probably going to be closing down my E-Trade account. I'm going to be closing it down and moving all my investments over to Robinhood. I just like the app better. That's it. It just feels better than E-Trade. E-Trade feels clunky and like there's too much information on it. And I'm more of a casual investor who just needs a place to plop a little bit of money down here, every now and then. Isaiah, look at that. You got Mewtwo Mew last time. I thought you'd spill the beans. Been searching for years. What are you searching for? Jeremy Helmstadter, 3 live custom boosters and 6 matchless fighters. Okay, so this is for Jeremy. Pack number 1. What is this, Mr. Jeremy Helmstadter? Am I saying your name right? A whole box of matchless for you, mister. Pack number 2. That's Hoopa. And pack number 3. Octillery. Oops. Bad team up. Also, these should be right side up. There we go. So, he wanted 6 matchless fighters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now he's also getting an entire box of matchless fighters. Okay. Just show you that it's coming out of a nice, freshly sealed box so everyone can get super jelly. Okay. And all this is for you, Mr. Jeremy. In these packs are your Poke Destiny. Also, let's go ahead and toss this away. Yeah, you know what I don't understand about Doge? I don't understand, and I'm saying Doge is probably pronounced Doge. I think it's pronounced Doge. Well, anyways, I don't understand how people can keep buying into it when it's not actually like Bitcoin in the sense that there's going to be a finite number of coins available. With Dogecoin, if I understand it correctly, they can just keep mining it and mining it and mining it. So in theory, if it ever became large enough, you know, like more mainstream, more people are just going to mine it. And then as more people mine it, it's going to actually fall back down in value. And when investors realize that's what's going to happen, I think they'll start pulling their money out a little bit. So I don't really understand. I don't understand what people expect out of Dogecoin in 10 years. But in the short run, I think that people will probably try to get it to reach $1, which I also read that would be really difficult to do because the amount of actual money that would have to be in Dogecoin to reach $1 would be shocking amounts of money. All right, here we go. Mr. Jeremy Helmstadter, are you ready? Doge is the worst crypto invented, but make your money while you can. That's true, mister. It's the meme hype. That's right. And that's what, you know, that's why you guys might have noticed in Discord, I actually said I'm going to own more Doge. I said that right before the big jump in price. So it happened to be the case that I benefited from this jump. I was really happy with it when I saw it. And I should have sold out when it reached 2.9, but I'm still happy with it if it stays high. And the reason I was talking about it in the Discord, I was saying I actually do believe in the power of like meme culture and how people will just irrationally put their money into something as long as they're part of that whole sort of like meme. And it creates this unusual situation where it's actually profitable to be in there because, you know, the power of getting everyone on the same meme, and that's what a meme does, by the way, the power of getting everyone on it really unifies everyone's money. It collectivizes everyone's money. And that's why GameStop happened. That's why AMD happened. It's why Bitcoin's been rising up so much. It's that sort of just getting enough people to agree to do the same thing at the same time. That's why Pokemon cards went up in price, because everyone kind of agreed to buy Pokemons. Oh, here we go. All right, you got the alternative art for Mr. Zapdos. What a nice card. What a nice card. Well, let's see if we can pull you a hyper rare as well. So, oh, I just said, let's see if we can pull you a hyper rare as well. And it literally pops out right afterwards. Amazing. All right, that's how it goes. So some boxes have 2 hits in them, a hyper rare and a secret rare. What I've never seen are 2 hyper rares, and I've never seen 2 secret rares either. This tells me that the hyper rares are put into the boxes independent of the secret rares. So I believe the way it's working is every box has a secret rare. I believe they have a situation where a hyper rare can replace a secret rare. And then there's also a situation that can occur where you get both the secret rare and a hyper rare in a box. Okay, cold. Here's Zapdos. So again, this is for our lucky friend, Jeremy Helmstadter, in the right place at the right time, taking a risk on those live custom boosters and actually sniping all these cards. I'd buy a matchless, but I'd definitely be getting mustard. Well, now mustard's not in matchless. Mustard's in He's in the other set. He's in, it's called like Single Strike and Multi Strike. That's the name of the Japanese set. So he's not in that. In Matchless, the worst card is probably that blonde-haired guy, but there's only one version of that card, so you have less of a chance of pulling him than you do of pulling Mustard. You know, if you were to compare the two sets. Here's Slow King. Cold. What do we got here? Oh, Moltres. Village Demo comes out for Xbox on May 1st, says ProCod. Man, that reminds me, I need a new console. I need the new Xbox or the new PlayStation. It's already out on PlayStation. Yeah, I got an email from the Capcom HR team about that, and I had to tell them that I wasn't going to work on it. Urshifu. All right, there we go. Get the Xbox. You know, the reason I didn't buy Xbox is because I was really, really disappointed that they didn't have a title at launch for their console. I feel like they really dropped the ball on that. And PlayStation, they had Demon Souls, which is like a very good and very, very cool game. So I've been an Xbox fan my whole life. I never buy the PlayStation. I always buy the Xbox. But we're this deep in, they screwed up with Xbox One. And I'm not feeling like they've solved the problems with Xbox 2, whatever they're calling it, Xbox Series X, or I don't even the name. How have I forgotten the name? The name has to be bad if I've forgotten it, right? The name should be memorable, but I've forgotten it. PlayStation 5 is easy. It's PlayStation 5. It's the next PlayStation. Who's in charge over there, man? I was listening to Warren Buffett speak about competitive advantage in business. Warren Buffett says the way he makes his money is he invests in companies that have a competitive advantage over other people in the same industry. And the person interviewing him asked, okay, well, how do you find competitive advantage? And he was talking about how in an industry, if the supplies are the same, you can't get the cost of your supplies down. He says the way that one company has a competitive advantage over the other is talent. So they say you can't get your supplies different, but you can get cheaper labor and you can get better labor. And he likened it to kind of like a sports, like boxing. He said if you buy into the company with the better boxers, your boxers will knock your competition out. And that's what happens with big companies like PlayStation and Xbox. Which one do you invest in? The one that's going to knock the other out. And Xbox not showing off the signs like they're going to win this round, you know what I mean? It's kind of sad. Yeah, like I said, I was a big fan of them. And I feel like they messed up with the Xbox One. And so that was okay, though, because that's one generation. So 7 years later, and that's a long time, by the way, 7 years. It's like a large chunk of your life is gone. You're older now. So 7 years go by, and it's time for a new console. How's Xbox going to compete with PlayStation? By launching with no new title? By launching with no launch title? No Halo? No Gears? Come on, man. It's like they're not trying. All right, Mr. Jeremy, your bag is going up top. You are up top, Mr. Jeremy Helmstadter. Giovanni is next. He says 100 TCC graders. All right. Right now, I don't have either console because I think they're a little overpriced. I got a PlayStation 3. Don't know if Xbox has always been behind PlayStation. No, that's not true. There was a brief period where the Xbox 360 was actually the dominant console, and then it lost that position. I have old man voice. That's right, I'm a 50-year-old man. What you doing on my lawn? All right, so Mr. Giovanni, I have you written up for your 2 packs of card graders. Now we have Connor Gillespie, who wants 1 custom booster pack. This is for Mr. Connor Gillespie. I'm sorry, Connor. You pick up 3 code cards. I miss the days where PlayStation didn't have to pay for online. True, but you know, when you play on the Nintendo Switch, you also appreciate how nice it is to have a good online network. And Nintendo makes you pay, you don't pay as much, but it's really not that good. And then you go, man, I wish there was, what you realize is you go, man, I'd pay money for this to be better because I want to play in a robust online setting. So you realize that you want that online experience, and then you start to appreciate more. Oh yeah, they had to hire a bunch of engineers to create it and maintain it. So it's not free. Ricardo says 2 fossil customs and 1 live custom. You got it, Mr. Ricardo, 2 fossil. When I was in school, it was one of my professors was teaching me that Microsoft was moving its servers up north to take advantage of the naturally colder weather that would help reduce the cost of keeping all their servers cold or cooled or whatever, because there's a cost to running the servers, and just one of those costs is how hot the room's going to be. So they try to find developed areas that are naturally cold so they can start their server farms for Xbox Online. And not just that, but those areas have to be safe from earthquakes and hurricanes and political war, you know, like not political war, but just warfare. So it was really interesting learning about all that. And it reminded me back then how expensive it is to host all this stuff. You know what I mean? So we take advantage of it by being live and hanging out with each other. We got TikTok, we got Netflix. You're on YouTube watching me live and having a conversation. We take advantage of all that. It wasn't built by us. Other people built it, and we're so lucky to have it. You know what I mean? Internet changes your life. It changes the whole society. Ivanski, what's up, Ivanski? He says, trade CGC Zard for 100 card graders and 1 booster pack. If it's cold, you can keep the book. Mr. Ivanski, all right, let's do it, Mr. Ivanski. Sounds good. Ivanski 2 CG. Just like Egyptians who found the pyramids. That's right. Brad says server farms safe from BLM protest. Well, you know, like to a degree that's accurate. And that's why I was suggesting that you need to be able to demonstrate and to get change. If cops are too violent, you got to be able to get change, but without the looting and without the burning down of businesses and small businesses. But you're right. My teacher was explaining to me that Microsoft looks for 3 things. How cold is it? So the server farms get very hot, so they go north. And then they ask, how safe is it? That's one of the 4 pillars of an economy is safety. So nobody invests money that they might lose. So you don't want to open this big, expensive, glorious server farm for Xbox Live if the building is going to be ransacked and all the servers are going to be torn out and sold on the black market or whatever, just burned down or something. So they won't open up in cheap countries where they could host a server farm, just because the reason those countries are cheap is because they're insecure. You can't invest a lot of money in there. That's true for the inner cities in America too. It's something people really need to hear more and think about more. And then yeah, the last one is how developed is it? They have to have an electrical grid where they can receive an enormous amount of power to those server farms. So it's those 3 things. It's very interesting. Actually, it's a little bit relevant to crypto miners. Russia likes to do a lot of crypto farming. Did you guys know that? All right, so 1 pack for Mr. Ivanski. Let's go ahead and make it a vivid voltage so you have a chance at something good. And you pull. Okay, actually, that's a Lugia. But I tell you what, man, that Lugia is off center. Do you see? Then on the right. So he is not going to grade 10, and I am gonna toss him off in the bulk then. I'll put it in some live custom booster probably. Missed the live booster. Oh, yes, my bad. Here, let's go get the live booster. So for Mr. Ricardo, let's get that live booster and get you that hot pull. You ready? Here goes. It was all worth the wait for Mr. Ricardo because he pulls PSA 9, number 133. What is that going to be? PSA 9, huh? Oh, actually, it's kind of cool. Is that a cat hair? Let me get this cat hair out. It was all worth it, Mr. Marquez. You pull. This marker's definitely dead. 360 no scope. Japanese vintage from 1997. Eevee. Wow. It's a really nice card. Mister, did you open my life pack? Not yet, but you are actually next after Ivanski, so you're very close, actually. Oh, and that means you would miss this, Evie. That sucks. So let me think. The other thing I need to do, I need to go find that slab that Ivanski had, and I need to scratch his name out, because if I don't, I'll forget to. I know I will. Here it is. Okay, his name gets removed. And this goes back into my little bucket here. Mr. Justin, not Justin, I'm sorry, Mr. Juan Garcia. I was thinking of Justin Huerta. Yeah, I'll show you, mister. So there's Ricardo, Ivanski, and then there you are. So you are next. You're right, you've been waiting a while. Maybe you get lucky and there's something else in there. Let's see what happens. Ah, and it's not as cold. Mr. Garcia. Why can't they always be hot, Mr. Garcia? So, Justin, your bag's large enough. We're going to put it into the overflow now. This is going into the overflow on the left side of the table. Wow, I can't believe it's been 130 minutes already. Holy cow. And it looks like we're going to go ahead and refresh now. 8 dead, 6 injured in shooting at FedEx facility in Indianapolis. Uh-oh. Disgruntled employee, or do you think it was a... Let's see what it is. Was it a terrorist attack? Somebody trying to make a political statement? Let's see. Well, it's not even on the... Oh, here it is. Multiple people with gunshot wounds after shooting at FedEx facility in Indianapolis. So I'm going to guess disgruntled employee, only because at this time of the night, you have the overnight workers working. And if somebody came in with a gun and decided they're going to shoot everyone. So it has to be somebody who worked there is what I'm saying. Multiple people with gunshot wounds have been brought to local hospitals after a shooting at a FedEx facility in Indianapolis. Police believe the shooter took his own life and there is no active threat to the community. After hearing the shootings, I saw a body on the floor behind a vehicle. Man. The major nearby highway, I-70, was closed in both directions. What do you do about it, man? How do you stop all these shootings? Disarm the society? I feel like that's going to trigger people freaking out and being like, no, you're going to have to pry the guns out of my hand. And, you know, let's say you took away some of the guns, but not 100% of the guns. Well, they're just going to cost the same shooting, but with a different gun. And so how do you actually stop people from making that choice to just go kill people? You know what I mean? Like, we can restrict guns. We can make them harder to obtain. How do you tell people, stop doing these mass shootings? What goes through their mind? So, like, we're all aware of the mass shootings, obviously. It's on the television. When are you sitting there at home going, I'm going to be the next one. I'm going to be the next mass shooter. You know what I mean? Jesus. All right, let's see. TG says gun violence is a social issue, not a gun issue. TG, I would say that's partially true. I would say it's a social issue, but it's actually the choice of weapon that gives them enough power to shoot like 6 people or kill 8 people and then wound 60 of them. That would be very hard to do with the knife. Have you ever been in a FedEx? It's full of big, strong dudes. So if you came in there with a knife, yeah, you'll probably stab like 1 or 2 of them, but they're all healthy young men and they'll beat you up, you know what I mean? So you wouldn't kill 8 people. You might kill 1 or 2 people, but... So your weapon allows you to get away with it. And if he had, let's say, a bazooka, he could have maybe used a bazooka and some grenades too, but we don't allow bazookas. I don't think we do. So there's 2 sides to the argument, and both political parties tend to not address the side of the argument that would perhaps make their argument sound less credible or less powerful. Please send me luck. For Target, I'm looking for 2 tins. Good luck, mister. I'm sending Poke prayers right now. Nick Ferguson, Ray Charles could see that, but you still have people asking what's happening. Unreal. Bazooka attack. That's right. Bazooka attack. Next up, we have Mr. Juan Garcia. We did his order. And now we have an order for Mr. James O'Brien, who says 1 NBA hoops. He wants some hoops. You got it. No, the shootings are such a serious issue. We had, it shows up on the news, and people will make a claim like, oh, well, the news are trying to hype it up so that, oh, we'll get gun control. And that's a big shooting, man. 8 people, huh? And 60 wounded. That's not a small one. Oops. Wow, I flipped it over. Wow, they put these cards in so poorly. All right, so you're going to get 10 Roten. And then right afterwards, your special card is Gordon Hayward. So it kind of came out in a different order. It is such a difficult issue, isn't it? Gun control, gun violence. All right, next we have Patrick Beverly, Chris Anderson, Cody Zeller, John Wall, TJ Warren, Jameer Nelson. I don't know how to say his name. George? Is it Georgie? Tyler and Montrezl Harrell for your rookie card. There you go, Mr. James O'Brien. Only the kids born in the 1500s remember when pirates used to sail the 7 seas and win ships and use cannons. That's right. Back in the good days. Mr. I Love Your TV show. What's up, man? How's it going? Welcome to the late night Pokemon card show. All unscripted. I've no script, which is why I trip over my words every time. Go ahead and sleeve a few of these up, and we'll sleeve the rest of these up because you still have a book box over here. I've not shipped it, and we're going to be adding these to that book box. Guess I could have just put this into the little baggie, couldn't I have? I'm legit going to start snorting glue. What facts? That most people die from handguns rather than AR-15s? Do you think the future will stop from these mass shootings from happening, like robots doing those types of jobs so people aren't dying where they work? If you could stop humans from being violent, you would just be like redefining humans. That's the craziest part. If you look at nature, animals eating animals everywhere. And you step into the territory of the alpha male, he tears you apart and has sex with all the girls. So we try to remove ourselves from the wilderness, but the wilderness keeps showing back up in our attitudes and in our characteristics and our personalities and the choices we make, So you could redefine the human to be completely non-aggressive, but I don't know what the end results of that would be. Our whole psychology would change. Maybe it would disrupt our sense of ambition. Maybe it would disrupt our sense of self-preservation. Who knows? So in the future, maybe we live in a situation where humans are so advanced that the robots do all the work, which is what you were asking about. But I don't think that would solve one of the deeper issues, which is our, propensity, or whatever the word would be, our desire to get violent in order to get back against somebody who slighted us, or to obtain power, or to attain status, or even just to let out some frustration that is totally unrelated, whatever it might be. But the idea that you can just stop humans from being violent in the future, I don't know if that'll happen. It's definitely something worth striving for. But the whole point of the kind of the complexity of it that I was trying to bring up is, what if humans were completely nonviolent? What part of the brain do you have to be able to manipulate to get people to stop being violent? Because I don't, and this is the reason I asked that question. The reason I ask it is because if you told me everyone just stopped being violent because you asked them to stop being violent, I'd laugh at you. I'd say, no, humans, you just have shitty people. They're born and they're kind of dumb or bad or mean, right? You even know this if you went to public school, and I didn't. I was homeschooled, and yet we had them there too. Somebody's the bully. There's always a bully. There's always the quiet kid who is definitely crazy. And you grow up, and there's this large variety of men, clever guys, hardworking types of guys, witty, fun, jokesters, tricksters, the football player. And then there's kind of like, the guy who's mistreated by others, the guy whose dad abandoned him, There's the guy who's just, he's kind of a psychopath and everyone knows it and you can't talk to him. So you can't tell me that, oh, the robots will do the work and then all the shootings and the stabbings in London will go away and everyone will sing Kumbaya and get in a big jerk circle. It just won't happen. What you will have to do is change human psychology itself. And this is a subject I've thought about a lot, but if you were able to really change human psychology, what would we look like? Would masculinity die off? Would guys not be like guys anymore? And so that's a question for you guys to think about, because you could either have a society so padded, so controlled that you don't have knives and you don't have homemade bombs and you don't have guns. It's all protected, it's all inaccessible. Or you could tamper with human psychology itself and try to make humans non-aggressive. But what if humans are no more, we're no longer capable of being ambitious and being self-preserving if we lose our sense of aggression? So it's a complicated problem with no clear solution, and no solution that I think will present itself very quickly. However, removing 100% of guns all over America and on the border and everything, that would probably reduce the number of people who die from firearms, and that's something Republicans won't accept because it's a logistical issue. If you just take all the guns away, they would have to use a different weapon, and other weapons aren't quite as deadly. But then you would lose your rights to bear arms, right? And that means your government could be more authoritarian without having to worry about a militia. So, and you know, obviously here in America, nobody trusts the government. That's one of the big problems. If we trusted our government more, maybe it wouldn't be such a complicated problem. Gabriel Hernandez wants 1, Hidden Fates and live shipping. He says, I think I have 2 bags. Address starts with 19. All right, sounds good. Mr. Gabriel, I am jibber-jabbing the whole time. Here's your Hidden Fates. Let's get your Hidden Fate pack open and see what you pull. The right to grizzly bear arms. Let's see. Whooper! Why do you think no country has ever invaded us? Because we own more guns than any other country. Well, I'm sure it also helps that we have such a fantastic military and economy, too. Maybe if all that wasn't true, we would get invaded. Because I'm sure there's other countries where the civilians have weapons where they were still invaded. It didn't matter. The right to bear arms was written when you took like 10 minutes to reload your gun. Yeah, and that's a fair point, but they weren't creating that law based on how quickly you could reload your gun. I think they were creating that law because they realized you can't have a true democracy without the ability to put your government into check. So the founding fathers were all concerned about checks and balances of power. They believed without checks and balances, this is how democracies and republics failed. Remember, they were trying to copy the Romans. And so that's why they created a system where not everyone voted. And then they created a system where even when you do vote, you don't really create laws, you just vote on the lawmakers. And then they had the balance of power, which would have been the 3 houses, Congress, Senate, the president. And then they had the Supreme Court be a separate thing, which we're going to lose that soon. And then your First Amendment right is free speech, and your Second Amendment right is the right to bear arms. So you're allowed to think your own thoughts and not have the government tell you how to think. And if the government tries to take that away, you have your own militia that is run by the state rather than by the country, by the federal, by the government. Okay, so that is very, very wordy, everything I just said. Let's get Gabriel live shipped. So I think the point I'm stating here, and I think you do make a good point, guns have really advanced, and the question should be how much power should the average civilian have? So here's something that a lot of Republicans don't often talk about. I don't think your average Republican would agree that Americans need to have access to nuclear warheads, right? Should every American have access to a nuclear warhead if they had the money to possess one? Obviously not. Well, what about your Second Amendment rights? The founding fathers want me to be able to compete militarily with the, with the United States. I should be allowed to have a jet, and I should be allowed to have a bazooka and grenades. How will I defend myself from the tyrannical government if I don't have those things, right? So you could try to say that the Second Amendment was meant to give you grenades and bazookas. But being realistic, we actually exert control over how much power people have because we don't want them to be able to blow us up like that. with such a powerful weapon. And the question is, where can we agree that too much is too much? I can't find either of your bags, Gabriel. Glenn Henry, you're saying you might have more than one bag, but I'm not even seeing one bag. Oh, I see. So Gavin Buzzard and Gavin Tucker. I thought maybe we had 2 Gavin bags, but we did not. Irvin, you must be in the overflow, and maybe I've already combined your bags. I'm going to get a suppressor. Mister. All right, I'm checking for your bag in the overflow now. Luke, Juan Garcia, Joey Joseph, Evan Shea, Eddie Petty, Derek Withrow, Mr. Marquez, Alan Tan. I'm not seeing your bag at all, mister. Look in the right place, right? Gabriel Hernandez. Let's check over here. Move my drink to the other side. I draw the line at concealed carry nuke. Yeah, exactly. But you can have private nuke at home. But no, that's an extreme example. But it also creates sort of like a logical explanation for why we reach a point where we limit the amount of power you have. And the question is, who do you think is a bigger threat to you right now? Your government. Oh, what did we just find here? Alejandro Servant. Oh, no. Oh, I got to get that shipped. I was supposed to have live shipped that. I just live shipped him. Also, Gabriel Hernandez, I'm not seeing your bag. We better check and make sure you haven't already been shipped, okay? So first of all, let me go set this Cervantes on the other table. Cervantes and Gabriel Hernandez, we need to find out the last time I shipped to you, because I didn't see your bag at all. And we need to find out what's in your bag. If your bag's on the table somewhere, it might have gone into the wrong box. Okay. The ultimate goose hunt is when you go through every box looking for a bag. So, oh, and I need to write live ship on this. Is it possible you already had me ship you and you forgot? Okay, let's keep moving. Mr. Mike Size says, 1 live custom booster, keep the bulk. I have a bag. I'm probably asleep by the time you read this. What? All right, Mr. Mike Side and his live custom booster. Yeah, it's 2 hollows, Mr. Mike. Thank you for the bulk. I feel like you make us money, dude. I love this. You're enjoying the live stream. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, it's fun to talk about complex problems. It's fun to talk about the news. What's going on in the world? It's fun to stay informed. Adrian Aragon says 4 battle styles. Mr. Adrian. I'm in Canada and it's extremely lengthy to be able to buy and use a gun. I'm completely fine with that. We don't have mass shootings. It's crazy that you guys don't want background checks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I think that, and I could be wrong about this because I read this a long time ago. Aren't the majority of guns in America that are used for mass shootings, they're obtained legally? I'm pretty sure that's the case. It's not somebody who, you know, they bought their gun illegally and that's how they're doing it. They obtain it legally. Or they get it from somebody else who did get it legally but left it easy to find, like it's not locked up in the gun locker, or, you know, it's a family member who knows how to open up that gun locker. You know what I mean? Ponyard, Necrozma. Here we go. Necrozma V. Pack number 2. Oh, Mr. Huge hit. So this is the single strike Urshifu alternative art, and that looks awesome. I don't even think I've seen this before. Take a look at that, guys. Whoa. That is the first time I'm seeing that. I've never seen that card before. Mawile. And Claydol. Marquez says most firearms are suicide deaths. Most firearm deaths are suicide deaths. I totally get that, but I think that won't be a satisfying enough. I think that when you say something like that, what you're trying to do is say the bigger problem is suicide. The big problem is not the mass shootings, it's the suicide. But people who watch the news and see these mass shootings happen, and it's very easy to get the news these days. You know, back in our grandparents' age, they say, well, what's wrong with people? We didn't have these problems back then. Yes, but we also didn't have the internet and social media. So you didn't have a way of knowing when there was a mass shooting so quickly. And that also meant that the mass shooters didn't get as much attention when they committed a mass shooting. So they didn't go, I'm going to be famous tomorrow by doing this. So things have changed now, and simply saying, well, the majority of the problems, depression and suicide, isn't going to be satisfying enough for people who want to try and stop all these mass shootings around America. Adrian Aragorn. It's kind of like an argument from statistical significance, isn't it? That's the kind of argument it is. Whenever we say something like, well, the majority of people die from heart attack, that's true. That doesn't mean that the people who are paying attention to this subject are going to find that a satisfying situation. Satisfying answer to this situation, sorry. I have a bag and a book box. We're going to get your book cards back. Here's your bag. Urshifu VMAX. What a hot poll, mister. Johnny says, do you believe it's a mental health issue? Well, yeah, I think it's a mental health issue like 100% of the time. When it doesn't matter who the shooter is, you can draw this sort of generalized logical conclusion that when somebody decides they're going to commit a murder-suicide, whether it's politically driven, religiously driven, you could say it's a mental health issue, because how are you so stupid that you think that's a great idea? You know what I mean? Joshua K is asking if there's... Nope, Joshua, you're 2 people away, okay? So we're almost there, Mr. Joshua. We're almost there. You could say anytime somebody does something that... you could say any sort of suicide, murder is a mental health problem. And it doesn't really control... It doesn't give you control over the problem to just tell us, oh, another guy decided to... He's lost it. He's had enough of it. He's going to get his frustration out. He's going to get his revenge. He's going to get the attention that he deserves, or the attention that he wants. He's going to make a statement to society. He's going to push his political ideology. You know, just telling us that he has a mental problem is like, yeah, of course he's got a mental problem. I'd call him a little cuckoo, you know, if you think like 2 seconds about it. It doesn't actually solve the problem. And what do you want to do? Do you want to scoop everyone up and send them off to the psych ward? Because that's the other problem. Like, what's your solution? If it is a psychological problem, do you just start sending people off to psych wards? And the other thing I'd say is, if we're going to do that, are you telling me the government will then have the power to suspect that you could be a shooter and then force you off? Because nobody's going to go voluntarily. Force you off to go to these psych wards. Nobody's going to agree to that. And so just saying that it's a psychological issue, you're right, it is a psychological issue, but how do you create a solution out of that? Marquez says, I'm trying to say if some dude knows that by going into a grocery store, most of the people there have a firearm, then he or she will not be down to shoot up the places unless he has high socks. Yeah, I think you're saying something along the lines of shooters prefer soft targets, and soft targets are places where people are not well armed. So I think that's what you're trying to say. I think it's kind of a fair point to make, because one of the ironies to a lot of the shootings is a lot of gun violence takes places in areas where guns are illegal. You're not allowed to have them, or they're just banned. Or here's a great example. There was a recent shooting in a grocery store, and that grocery store's gun policy was that you're not allowed to bring a gun into the grocery store. Okay, well, now there's an active shooter in the store. The only people who are going to follow that rule are people who have no intention of shooting others. And the guy who does want to do a mass shooting is going to specifically ignore that rule because he's there to commit a mass shooting. So it almost makes no sense. So, and that's something that I feel like people on the left never really have an answer for either. What really makes you more safe? Removing all the guns, or everyone has a gun? And that's all like abstract. They would bring up some statistical model and say, look, if you remove all the guns, then yes, naturally, of course, there's no more guns around, and that's why you don't see as many gun shootings. But that would require you to take away, in my opinion, 100% of the guns, like what you see in some places, like Japan. Almost nobody owns a gun. And to get away with doing that in America would be very politically, like, near impossible. Raul Batista is next. What's up, Raul? Raul, are you enjoying the conversation? Let's get your Pokies opened. We got 5 Poke packs. You got your high socks? Nice, mister. I remember watching in the news the other day in Texas. I wasn't in Texas. This event occurred in Texas. And it was a mass shooter who went into a place of worship. It was a church. And he was probably going to shoot all the people in that church. And he does actually shoot, like 2 people. 2 people die. But the moment he pulls his gun out and starts shooting, in a very short amount of time, it was like one of the ushers realized it was a shooting, and he pulled out his gun and killed the shooter. And so the Republicans were naturally taking this as a scenario where they go, haha, see, guns save people, actually. It's good guys with the guns stop the bad guys. And the Democrats were, of course, defending the idea maybe no one should even have a gun so that the bad guy never had a chance to do the shooting. And this is like this never-ending argument. It just keeps going around in a loop. Raul, Mr. Raul, let's find your bag. Here it is. Woohoo! Yeah, it's such a difficult problem. I feel like it's been a very hot topic in America for years. I will say this, the Democrats finally have a supermajority, and so this is their time as voted in representatives to make the changes that they've been wanting to make. And I think that the Democrats should focus on something like gun control because they were voted to make those changes. If they spend their time passing laws to make Washington, D.C. a state so that the Democrats are more likely to win future elections, and if they spend their time trying to add 4 Supreme Court justices to the Supreme Court, I think that it will actually trigger a civil war to do that, because it's almost like you're playing a dirty game here where, oh, I'm in power now, let's change the rules so that I'm more likely to stay in power. And let's get rid of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will now be a branch of whoever is in power, you know what I mean? So I feel like there are democratic issues for them to pursue that they got voted on to pursue. But if they're going to use their short amount of time that they have a supermajority, remember that there's the midterm elections. If they use their short amount of time to pursue changing the rules so that they stay in power, it's just going to cause more, what would be the word? Like, I think it will basically ruin the unity in our country. It's going to be really, really bad. Joshua Keenan, he says, 6 matchless fighters. Joshua, how'd you get mixed up in this channel, mister? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Joshua Keenan, I want to hear your opinion about world politics. How do you feel about Vladimir Putin making moves on the border of Ukraine? Sneep. Sneep. Hire more Mandalorians? All right, we're hiring the Mandalorians. Yeah, let's get back to pack opening. We're getting a little wordy there. It's because there's so much going on in the news that you have so much that can be talked about, which is fun. I enjoy talking. We can go all night. Is Blaziken? All right, we got Blaziken. Cold. Most of you pretend like you have had people break into your house. Most people are tweakers that are more scared of you and run. That's true. That is true. I've also heard if somebody does break into your house with a gun, it's a situation that is so highly charged that you're already at extreme risk of a violent event occurring. Mr. Joshua, I don't have a bag because you just shipped me. Joshua, I should have kept your bag. How could you do this to me? New bag. All right. The garden shed is in her property. She should have the right to defend it. That's true. What? Alexio Alvarez says, 1 live custom booster. Oh! What's this? PSA 9 SM104A. This is for Alexio Alvarez, and you're pulling a beautiful Galio 9 full art. It's got a lovely gold color to it. It's part of the Power Collection for Hidden Fates. And I think those Power Collections are crazy expensive now. There you go, Mr. Alexio. Congratulations. Oops. Guess my live custom is cold, says Alex. I'm sorry, Alex. Maybe not. You never know. After Mr. Alexio, we have Chris Maximovic. What's up, Chris? Chris says 1 live custom and live shipping. Now, Chris's live custom pack might be cold. Yes, it is. Sorry about that, Chris. Oh, you got a cool card here. This is Aurora. Cool. All right, give me a second. Yeah, I hear there was another kid was shot in Chicago. That was on the news today, too. And there's going to be I guess we're still waiting for all the information on that. They're debating whether or not the kid had a gun in his hand, but he was only 13. He was 13, and I think he was mixed up with what we were talking about earlier, maybe something like criminal-related, drug-related, I don't know. I don't have all the details, okay? So I'm not going to pretend like I know exactly the entire situation. But I heard about that, and I'm like, God damn, it's just this never-ending thing, isn't it? Never-ending. The video is out, says Snorlax. He had an airsoft rifle, says Nick Ferguson. He dropped it before they shot him. Yeah, but I think that the cop shot him the moment he saw the gun. Maybe the cop was scared the kid was going to, you know what I mean? I can kind of understand the fear of the cop because it's just a scary situation. I'm not saying it was okay for him to shoot the kid. Obviously, he's gonna get raked over the coals for that. He's probably gonna go to jail, and the court's gonna award the family millions of dollars, and the kid's dead forever. He can't come back to life. So it's really tragic. I just don't. If I was in the cops' exact same moment, I don't know what I would have done. Would I have just stood there and froze? I don't know. Maybe the cops are scared. Scaredy cat. I don't know. I think that similar to like the Wild West on a pistol draw, right, when you're having a duel, maybe people who are in those moments realize they have to be the person who shoots first, because if you're not the person who shoots first, you might be the dead one. But the problem is he doesn't know if the kid's going to shoot at him with whatever's in his hand. And I don't know what it's like to be all jacked up in that. You're probably jacked up on so much adrenaline at that point. But it's just going to be this. It's going to be this tragedy that, you know, there has to be a consequence for it. You know what I mean? You can't say, okay, here you go, government. Have these cops and have these guns. Oh, you accidentally killed my kid. You're forgiven. You know, it's just not going to work that way. Oh, you know, he was a bad kid. So they're gonna get smoked on the issue. And similar to the shooting that happened yesterday with the lady cop who had served in the force for 20 years. And then she accidentally shot that guy when she thought she was holding her taser. It doesn't really matter that, you know, she didn't mean to do it. It's the actual consequence of killing someone. There has to be a consequence. You know, mistakes aren't allowed to be made, basically. All right. Mr. Chris Maximovic, your cards are on the way. Let's see what's next. Gregory Morin says, hello, Mr. 2 Custom Live Packs. Mr. Gregory. Oh, Jump Bluff. Pack number 2. Oh, I'm sorry, Gregory. Those 2 packs are cold. She's so happy. So that's for Gregory Morin. Yeah, I know, mister. That's cold. I find it a little sick that people are so keen to shoot people. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Are you referring to the cops? I think, well, with the lady cop, she just made a mistake. She wasn't trying to shoot him at all. She was trying to use her taser. And then we have this new incident that happened just a day later, so it looks doubly worse because it just happened again. But then in this case, the guy is actually concerned that the kid is armed and has a gun in his hand. And the kid makes a sudden movement, I'm guessing. I don't know if the kid made a movement, but the cop was so scared and trigger happy that he couldn't resist pulling that trigger to make sure that the kid's not shooting him or anything. So it's a cop who jumped the trigger on it or jumped the gun or whatever the term is. And it cost the kid his life. And you just can't have it like that. You can't, the cops have to be so good that that never happens, or else we can't have cops, because the cops are the ones who are entrusted with the power to make those decisions. Well, okay, well, if you're going to have that power, we have to be able to trust you not to make stupid decisions or mistakes. And you know, the kid might not be totally, I mean, the kid might have a little bit of culpability simply for having a gun in his hand or on his body or whatever. Again, I don't know all the details of what happened, but he might have a little bit of culpability. But ultimately, it's the cop who pulled the trigger and killed the kid. And we have to be able to trust the government's workers, the cops, to be able to make the right decision in the right moment. So people will say things like, oh, you know, was training, and I don't know what it is, though. It's really difficult. I don't know what to say. Maybe, yeah, it's hard to say. I was thinking about it today. It doesn't seem like there's an entirely easy solution to it. Javier says, one Cosmic and live shipping. I have a bag and a CGC slab. You got it, Mr. Javier. Here's your Cosmic. Now, I'm sorry if I don't read all the comments, guys. Obviously, this is a topic where people are going to have a lot of strong opinions on it, or a lot of helpful opinions, and you guys will read the comments amongst each other. But there's so much to read, I'll probably not be able to keep up with it. Javier, let's find your bag. Live shipping. Cops want to go home to their families. Well, same for me. Same for me. If I, that's what I was saying. If I was the cop, all pumped up on adrenaline, I've been chasing this kid, and now I'm holding the gun, and he turns and I see the gun in his hand. It's not so hard to believe that in the cop's mind, in his imagination, he was seeing in his imagination himself dying, because in that moment, that split moment, he's imagining the kid pointing the gun at him and shooting, right? So one of the ways humans predict, like when you play sports, you know how you play sports, you imagine where the ball's going to be, and that's what allows you to be so good at catching the ball. Well, he might have been imagining the kid's going to shoot him, so he pulls the trigger first, because again, in like a duel in the Wild West, you got to be the first one to shoot to win the duel, and he wants to go home to his family. Instead, he's going to be going to jail, I'm sure, for manslaughter. All right, Javier, with the slab, huh? Not one for the night, then. All right, let's get you a label. But again, when we have to ask, where does responsibility lie? We know that there's going to be criminals in our cities and in our societies. The criminals are sent to jail. It's the cops that we entrust power to. So we have to make sure that the cops are constantly making the right decision and not making these mistakes. It's really tough. What I would say is that being a cop is about to be very unpopular of a job. I don't think anyone's going to want the job anymore. Mr. Javier, here's one slab, and it's a Zekrom Pikachu. All right. Make sure you don't have another one, right? Let's scroll through these. Nobody's going to want to be a cop. Why be a cop when the job is so risky and difficult, and everyone hates you, and you're going to make a mistake where you kill a kid? Now you got to live with the guilt of killing a kid, and everyone hates you. You're going to go to jail. Also, you can earn like what, an average wage? Cops don't. They do. They probably get paid like 50. I'm guessing like 50 to 60K. In a lot of areas, 50 to 60. Yeah, I think that job's going to have trouble hiring people. right, Mr. Javier, you are live shipped. Woo! Let's see who's next. What is this? There we go. ProCod says, don't resist. Problem solved. Right, but resisting the cops shouldn't also be a death sentence, right? Unless you do feel like it should be a death sentence, and that's something you can vote on. Maybe the law should be changed. Hey, if you resist the cops, they get to shoot you down. But obviously, no normal society is going to allow such brutality. So you have to have a society where if you're going to have cops dealing with your criminals, and some of them do resist arrest, you live in a society where that doesn't automatically mean you're going to be shot or at very high risk of being shot. You know what I mean? But and that's the counter argument. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a cop myself. Theo Lang says, how's it going, mister? Congrats on getting 100 subs. Please could you refund me for the pack grades I done with you that weren't sent out to PSA? I believe it's a Shiny Star, Team Up, and General Mills pack. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You confused me there because, yeah, you're right. We haven't done any PSAs. I think you're referring to pack gradings. Let me do this. So it's a little bit complicated because I changed my price at some point. Absolutely. There's nothing wrong with asking for that. Refund PSA pack grade. There we go. Yeah, the pack grading hasn't gone out, so you have time to still change your mind on that kind of stuff. All right. Mr. Theo, I'll come back in July when PSA is back to do some more grading. Sounds good, mister. Rafael Aguilera says, excuse me, for the one cold lost thunder on the table, thank you for your kind words. I appreciate both you and your fellows in the chat. Thank you, Mr. Raphael. Let's see what you get in your Lost Thunder. You've been waiting a long time. Let's see what's in here. You ready? Wow, Bruggs is just pretty scary looking if you look at her. And you get... You were right, mister. It's a cold one. Vespa Queen. God. Freaking Lost Thunder. Lost Thunder is scary, man. And that's why people don't open it too often. It's kind of like Team Up. Like the hits in the set are worth a ton of money if you can get one of the hits. But if you don't get the hits, then it's just really expensive. So unless you got super deep pockets, it's hard to go through those booster boxes. Mr. Raphael, better luck next time. Alex PSX says, 1 live custom booster. All right, Alex, let's get you the best one. Oh, you do actually get a hit. 2 large. Hey, there you go, Mr. Alex. That is actually a hit. How about that? You thought you were going to miss. You never know how many people ahead of you have ordered packs. It's always a mystery. Because you can't predict what other people are doing. Alex PSX. Mister, I just pulled a full art Lugia. Oh, you going to send him over? Cops need to learn to diffuse situations. They approach people of color with such hostility, and more often than not, they make the situation worse with their, I missed it, with their attitudes. Oh, I wrote 10 down twice. Yeah, and maybe that's the case. And then people who are not satisfied with that, they're going to be like, well, we like the way cops are because we like tough cops and we like low crime and we want tough cops who tell you to, you know, get your act together and follow the rules and blah 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 blah. So you can have a constantly ongoing conversation about stuff like that. I live next to St. Louis, and St. Louis is a city known for some of the worst murder rates in the entire country, and it happens in the inner city. And I'm like 30 minutes from that, and I lived in the St. Louis County with my wife for like 2 years. And we would go down to the city, and there's areas you just don't go because it's risky. You know what I mean? And we have a black police chief. Well, I don't know if we still do, but we had one back when I was listening to the radio back then. And he was talking about how there's a real problem with young black men who have no father figure. And what they do is they they get really hard on the inside, you know, like really tough on the inside, and they have no fear of dying, no fear of hurting others, no fear of the cops. And he says it's a struggle between the cops that this guy, you know, directs, and the young men. Usually they're like age 18 to like 30 or something like that. They haven't, you know, they don't have girlfriends yet, they don't have a wife, they don't have children, they don't have something to live for, they don't have good jobs yet, so they get into conflicts because that's all they have. And he was talking about how that's a serious problem. It's just this really specific age group. He was talking about is just young men. That's what he was saying, the police chief. And he's saying there's no way to talk to them. You can't reason with them. You can't ask them nicely to just be nice because they're just not that way. They're confused, they're aggressive, and they're angry and frustrated, and they let that anger and frustration out on other people, on their victims. You know, they're young and they're sexually active too, and you'll have problems with sexual assault, and all of this happens in downtown St. Louis. And so, as a black police chief, and he's just laying it all out, the struggles that the cops have. Because remember, cops aren't all bad. Cops have the job of protecting people too, right? So there's victims too, guys. Don't forget that part. And yeah, I was listening to it and going like, man, how do you solve a problem like that? Is a really relatable problem. It's a relatable problem for me because I grew up super poor. I grew up in a poor family, and then I left home when I was 17, and it just became more poor. I didn't have a house, you know, I was homeless at times. And you fill up with frustration and anger at your family, at society, at your parents, at the people who failed you. And it's really hard to make the right choices at that point in life because the temptation is to steal. The temptation is to mistreat others. You know, when you're frustrated, you want to take that out. You want to vent it somehow. If you're critical, you'll be critical of others, you know. So there's so much wrong you can do. And yeah, it's just, and then I guess it just depends on where you're getting your advice from. Lucky for me, I was getting my advice from like books at the library. That's where I would spend my time. Let's get some packs for Joe Harris. It's Joe Harris's turn. Where are you getting your advice from is really important, because if you're getting advice from somebody who's really going to give you a good plan on how to live a nice life and how to fix your problems in life. Do we have any more Sword and Shield base? Hold on. So he wants some Sword and Shield base. I don't see any Sword and Shield base. Am I sold out? That's Vivid. That's Rebel. I thought we had more Sword and Shield base. Mister, we might be out of Sword and Shield base. I swear to God we had more of it. All right, so Mr. Joe Harris, we don't have any more Sword and Shield base. I thought we did. Is it just sitting on top somewhere? I guess not. No, wait, is this it? No, that's not it either. So, Mr. Joe Harris, I'll go ahead and do a quick refund on your Sword and Shield base pack to make things simple. But yeah, so it's very, very interesting because a lot of the problems are young men. It's not like the whole society is the problem. It's just young men. Almost all the crime is being committed by young men, and they need somewhere to put all their energy, and they need something to be passionate and to work on, and instead they don't have anything to work on, and all their energy gets used on the wrong stuff, and the anger and the frustration comes out in the worst ways. It doesn't get directed in a positive way. All right, so let's find out how much these packs were. And then they get into conflict with the cops, so that's where I'm kind of getting to. So I will go ahead and refund this pack now, Mr. Joe Harris. Close all these down. I'm so distracted with this conversation. John says, in low-income communities, you're taught to hate and fear the cops. I used to be like that as a kid because of what was around me. Yeah, it's very interesting. Here, let me focus on this refund. I'm so into the conversation, but we don't want any mistakes here. This would be a bad mistake to make. All right, there we go. So you also ordered 4 battle styles. Let's get those battle styles. Mr. Joe Harris, 4 battle styles. 1, 2, 3, 4. My ex-girlfriend legit left me for my uncle because I got sober and he had a pocket full of sunshine. Oh my God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There you go. Let's see what you get, Mr. Joe Harris. So anyways, you get, I started out by mentioning that these young men in the city, they get really tough on the inside, really hard on the inside. And it's not good because you've become tough like that psychologically. You become tough to have to deal with all this, the emotional disappointment and all of the emotional, maybe you grew up in an environment that was not so safe, like violent parents, violent mother, violent siblings. So you become really tough on the inside. And then when you're faced with an authority figure, you don't feel anything. No fear, or maybe just anger, resentment. You know, you got the wrong feelings. And you're not able to just cooperate with the police and see that society implements police to make society a nice place to live. But life's not so great for you, is it? So you don't feel like you're even part of that society. Society's not looking out for you, is looking to get rid of you, really, because often you're the one causing the problem. Fan of waves, again, young men, if you guys didn't know this, it's not grandmas that are committing most of the violent crime. Grandmas don't commit, they almost commit 0 crime. So almost all of the most vicious kinds of criminal activity will come from a young, able-bodied man. And how do you fix that is a really, really, really difficult problem that I was just talking about. I was talking about even on the psychological level. Is there some way to lower aggression in men? Is there some way to remove violence from your mind other than just trying to talk people out of it? But talking people out of it doesn't really work, in my opinion. I had a lot of siblings. Some of them were just kind of violent. I had one brother who was just really violent. Doesn't matter how well you reasoned with them. He just was violent. Cedra, get them into positive stuff and show love to take away their hate. Yeah, but see, the problem is, a lot of the times the hate and the aggression is a form of ambition. They don't want to be at the bottom of the hierarchy. They want to be at the top. But there's nowhere to go. So if you're stuck and there's no good jobs around you, what are you going to do? You know, like where to start your, I guess you're going to start your computer science business, but you didn't even go to college to learn about coding, right? So what are you going to do? Right? So that's a serious problem for them. Nowhere to go. But that was why I was saying also, every time you guys come here to this live stream, if we ever talk about the riots and the looting, I say ultimately it contributes to the cycle of poverty because the number one thing you have to have in your city is peace, and especially a safe environment for businesses, because it's businesses that offer jobs in accounting, HR jobs, legal jobs, security jobs, management jobs, all these good paying jobs. They don't come out of thin air. They're offered by the businessmen, and the businessmen are all investor types. And the investor types, the first thing they look for is, am I going to get ransacked? So that's the first thing they look at. Because if you're going to get ransacked, you go, I'll just go to another place. It's safer over there, and open up the same business. So all the opportunities physically go to a different location if you decide to become violent in the city. And that's a problem we need to be talking a lot about. But, you know, maybe it's just inevitable. You know what I mean? Maybe it's just inevitable. Maybe it's inevitable that the violence will occur. I feel like people have the choice to say no to violence. It's like saying, well, I had to rape this girl because I was poor. I had to stab a guy and shoot this other guy because I was poor. And this sort of actually takes away the concept of free will, if you believe in free will, but it takes it away from the individual and says, no, you're merely a product of your environment and nothing else. You can never rise above what your environment turns you into. And as long as you believe that, I believe you'll remain poor and unsuccessful. I think that millionaires and successful people, the first thing they do is they say, here are these things that I have to, the constraints that I work within, but here's what I can take control of and change in my life. Here are the choices I can make. to kind of improve my life. Cubher 1 evolutions for Mr. Cubher. Mr. Cubher. What do we got? Clefairy and Nidoking. Nice, man. America's still very safe. Mass shootings are still rare. Mayo says, I hate rich people. Mister, I love rich people. They don't ask for welfare. They create all the businesses. They have all the jobs. They make stuff that I like. Right? You know, anytime you have something... the guy who invented these Pokemon cards is probably rich. He's definitely rich. He's pokey rich, man. I don't hate rich people because I don't hate anyone. Mr. Cubher. Let's see where your bag is. I believe you're in here. Are we still going to 4 a.m.? That's right, all night. Shootings are rare, but that's not the agenda. They're trying to get gun control. I'm Doge rich tonight. What's up, man? You had Doge? Did your money double in value? I'm buying all Doge. Next up, after Cubher, we have David Medalia, who says he wants 5 live customs. Oh, hold on. Mr. Cubher. Okay, hold on. Cubher wanted live shipping. Let me take care of this first. And then it will be David Medalia's turn, and he wants... excuse me. And he wants 5 live custom boosters. What'll happen? I'm scared for you, Dave. All right, so let me take care of this. Mister, have we live shipped you already? I feel like we have. Or maybe it's just that I read your name in the please ship channel. Yeah, we have not shipped you yet. All right, let me jump into your profile and get your address. You're from Kansas City. Mr. Cub, my entire extended family is living in Kansas City right now. And it's kind of a cool place. They're opening a place that we really enjoy here in the St. Charles region called Newtown. Well, they're opening up a version of that out near Kansas City. It's a planned, it's called a planned urbanism, and it's very cool. All right, I'll be back. Mr. Cubber, you're live shipped. Now, actually, I gotta start asking this more. I should have asked him if he had a slab. Should have looked too. All right, your cards are on the way. If you do have a slab, let me know, because I didn't put one in your bag. Rich people steal girlfriends from poor people. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I never woke up and said, I hope to date someone poorer than myself. Which I hear guys do that. They'll date girls who are poorer than themselves. Probably because guys are big simps for sexy girls. But girls are not as big of simps for sexy guys when it comes to money. It's called new urbanism, not planned urbanism. He says, sorry, it's my legit profession. A good example, ironically, Disney World Enchanted Kingdom, the town in front of the castle. Yeah, so what'd you call it? New urbanism. Yeah, I really enjoy it. We have one out near where I live called Newtown. And we came this close to moving there. We came pretty close. Kyle says, where am I in the line? Well, I don't even see you, which means you're pretty far back. Let me just make sure you weren't missed from earlier, though. If your name's Kyle, I don't see a Kyle on the list, which means I need to refresh the list. And that means it's not your turn for a little while, mister. David Medalius. Next, he wants 5 live custom boosters. All right, David. It's a big risk. Let's see what happens, David. 1. Oh, there you go. Oh, but it's just a CGC card. Okay, but let's see. Is it a good one? Maybe it's a good one. It's not bad. Beautiful Talonflame. Ooh. So this is Talonflame from Vivid Voltage. In my opinion, your significant other should be based off true love. Yeah, but what is true love, mister? You know what I think true love is? I think true love is having somebody who you're satisfied with. True love is sort of like a Disney tale and not really reality. Reality is everyone has a mate value, and we do judge each other off of these characteristics. We have these outer characteristics that we can judge each other by. And so if you're super obese, broke, not very clever, not very funny, no, girls are not going to want to date you. And that's because mating is a competition to have children with somebody who you will then be stuck raising with that person. So if you're going to be stuck raising babies with somebody, you better be somebody worth being stuck with, right? So the idea of true love, it's very romantic, but it's not very realistic. All right, hollow, hollow, hollow. You got one more pack. And the last pack is also hollows and Mr. All right, Mr. David, you walk away with your lovely CGC slab and a number of holographic cards. It's not that I don't believe in romantic ideas. It's just that it can't be the only idea that is driving your selection in a partner. You know what I mean? So if you get this guy who's, you know, he's not really providing anything for the relationship, and he says, oh, well, you should love me because of true love. You're going to say, no, you kind of have to do stuff. You kind of have to do stuff. It's a harsh reality. David Medalia. Let's find your bag, David. All right. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. That's right. Biden will give me a wife. I'll be okay. That's right. When are we gonna get our government-mandated girlfriends? I think, in my opinion, most violence would end if we would just get government-mandated girlfriends. Come on, Joe Biden. SC Gaming says this is for one Shiny Star V. One Shiny Star V. Give me a moment. Gotta open up a new box. Did I see Pokemon Brilliant Diamond? I saw Pokemon go to the polls. SC Gaming, we've got, there's a Shiny Star. One Vivid Voltage. Your mom says she loves your stream. Mom! One Battle Styles. Ooh, Battle Styles. He also says, 72, my name is Scotty C, or Scotch for my nickname. All right. Sweet. Scotch, what's up, man? Now, wait a second. This isn't yours, right? No. Am I missing something? Oh, we're missing Shining Face. Shining Face. There we go. Shining Face. I knew it didn't add up. There we go. This is for SC Gaming. My great-grandma loves this stream. Well, Sonny. Sneep. If only we could solve all of the problems in the world right here on this live stream. I was talking the other day with my wife. Sometimes we just talk and talk and talk. And we were talking about, like, what the future is going to be like for humanity. And, ooh, a Rangaroo and Reshiram in the same pack. That's a hot pack, man. Take a look at that, guys. We were talking about how humans prioritize their goals. What should humanity strive for? And ironically, even though we're both pretty, I would say we both lean conservative. We're like in the middle for conservatism. Even though we lean conservatism, one of our realizations was that a primary objective for humanity is, believe it or not, it's pleasure. One of the primary objectives for human. So what are we doing this all for? Why are we working so hard? What are we trying to build? Where are we trying to go? What is utopia? And you realize utopia is just another word for humans in a constant state of happiness. And happiness, You can translate that all kinds of ways, but ultimately happiness is a form of pleasure. You know what I mean? So like you could be appreciating art, you could be experiencing your feelings, feel your feelings. You could be having a beautiful family, you could be traveling the world, but that's pleasure in the end. So another way to describe those things is pleasure. And so the issue of prosperity is actually a very, very, very prominent issue in 2021, because all of humanity should be moving toward it and creating leadership decisions, or making leadership decisions that leads to prosperity, because that's the ultimate goal for humans. So if one of the goals for humanity is just to survive, that's great. But nobody kind of wakes up and says, today I'm going to survive. You know, you unless you're like fighting cancer or something, but you don't wake up and stare at the wall and say, today I will reproduce, right? You don't think that way. Humans don't think that way. And that's because if the condition of your survival is met, it's more like a hygienic condition, isn't it? Once it's been met, you don't worry about it anymore. And the things that you really worry with is, how is your day going to go? SC Gaming, let's find your bag. You concern yourself with how you're going to be enjoying your day. And humans don't wake up saying, oh, you know what I feel like doing today? Toiling. I feel like having hardship. I feel like working for the corporate machine. Humans don't do that. And so the reason that we arrived at this realization that pleasure is the heart of living a good life is because it's basically, what is it that humans are alive for? Yes, survival, but once the survival condition is met, it always reverts to pleasure. And I had sort of this realization. Okay, so next up we have Connor Gillespie, who wants 1 fossil pack and 1 matchless. You got it, Connor. I had one of these realizations. Within conservatism, there's always religions, man. Religions typically are very conservative, especially the old ones, right? Like Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, they're always really, really conservative. And they typically have some form of heaven. Maybe they have a different word for it or a different idea of it. But they all have this idea of like heaven and the afterlife. And when you really examine what their idea of the afterlife is, it's always pleasure. It's always pleasure. You know, you're going to have sexy girlfriends. God's going to love you forever. You're going to live forever. You're never going to have to worry about food. You're never going to have to work again. Everything you ever desire, you'll have in heaven. You know what I mean? So it's really interesting because it suggests that what humans are really programmed for, beyond desire, beyond survival, is a move toward pleasure and a move away from pain. And we get into these really interesting sort of like philosophical conversations that you can have about why a human should exist at all. Why should humans exist at all? What's the purpose? And in the end, some people will say, oh, well, the purpose is to get into heaven. Translation, the purpose is pleasure. Oh, well, the purpose is for humans to live forever and colonize the other planets. Okay, to do what? Once we've done that, I guess, lay on the beach, have a drink, maybe a little masquerade party, right? So what's the point of it all in the end? If humans could live forever and have infinite resources, or you were in heaven, it always comes back to pleasure. We're moving away from pain and into pleasure. Raul Batista, 1 live custom booster. I have a bag. You got it, Mr. Raul. Let's see what you got. What do we got? 2 hollows, mister. Yeah, so Swizzle says there is no purpose. Exactly. And nihilists, you could take a very nihilistic approach to that and ask, what's even the point of being alive? And if you're strictly speaking from a position of meaning, I guess you could just say, unless you believe that you've been given a meaning from a higher being because you believe in God and heaven and all that kind of stuff, unless you believe in all those things, there's no certain meaning. At least we're not 100% sure. But you know what you could do is you could say, in the very short term, in the day, in the moment, having a nice cookie is kind of good. Feeling good, even if it's meaningless, is still something that you're programmed to want by wilderness, by nature. So in the event that humans become so advanced because we're working together and we're innovating and we're inventing things and new technology, what is the ultimate goal? It is to make paradise on earth. And that paradise on earth is going to include no war, everyone's got food and shelter, You can do the work that you're passionate about and interested in. No more factory jobs. The robots do the factory jobs. You got UBI. You can play video games and hang out with your friends. So that's what you're supposed to be moving to. And I feel like one of the things that conservatives miss out on, they don't realize that some of the things that they look at as forms of societal decay and hedonism is actually the signs of a society that's become enormously wealthy, and we're getting actually closer to that point where we don't have to work as much, and we have the sort of prosperity to live in our hedonism. And I think your gut tells you, no, 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 that's terrible, that's wrong. But the further you think about it, what else are you going to do? What else are you going to do? You got millions of dollars. Let's say all the problems in the world are solved. Guess just lay around and smooch. Have a smoochum. What else are you going to do? Isn't that interesting? If humans really did reach a utopia, there'd be nothing to do but lay around and have a smoochum and, you know, watch the Kardashians and play Pokemon cards. All right, let's see who's next. So that was something my wife and I were talking about, and I thought it was a really interesting subject. Next up, we have Samuel Jespin. Hello, Samuel. He says 1 Vivid Voltage, 1 Unified Minds, and live custom booster. New bag. All right. Samuel Jespin. Is it Jespin? Jepson. Oh, Metagross. All right, so that Metagross is from an old XY set. Set them here. It's one of those cards where the card is a full art depiction of the Pokemon. So yeah, it's a very, very interesting subject, because if you have a conservative personality type, you will typically shy away from the idea of hedonism because you're more on the side of what do we need to do to survive. But also, if you're clever, eventually you create systems, you create institutions, you solve the issue of getting old and dying. You know, people live older, they live longer lives now. We're more efficient with money making. You can become wealthy at a young age and just be able to relax and have nothing to do. All right, Mr. Samuel, nothing too crazy out of those packs, just 2 hollows and your Metagross. We'll get you a brand new bag. Welcome to the table. Is the wait time really long tonight? Let's see, Mr. James, you are 2 orders away. Whew, it must be a little bit longer tonight. Mister, did you see the message, use Space Knights? I did not see the message, use Space Knights. All right, so Samuel Jepson. I placed an order for 21 battle styles, and after a moment of thinking, I decided to get the rest of the box. I have 2 orders, but I paid for an entire box. Sounds good. I'll get you a whole box, okay? I think that's fair. Thanks for letting me know so that I can take care of that for you. All right, SC Gaming, you're going to go up top into the S box. Now we have Raul Batista. He says, live custom booster. Mr. Raul, good luck. Let's see what he pulls. Mr. Raul, just 2 hollows tonight. Space Knights wants to be the new Dinkle. What are you talking about? Here we are. Place vending machines all over locations and earn money passively. That's right. When we move to Lake of the Ozarks, we're going to open up our Pokemon card vending machine. What would be the empire? Kyle Zach is next. Kyle was asking about his turn a while ago. He says 10 matchless fighters. All right, Mr. Kyle, let's see what you got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Look at that. There's 10 exactly. So after Kyle, it's James' turn. Sorry about the long wait, James. I moved out of my apartment, bought 14 acres, and live in a camper. Life is good. Mister, live in a camper? I don't know, mister. I've heard about all that stuff coming from young people where it's, well, and I'm only 32, but I've heard about that whole, like, oh, we're going to live in a tiny house. I'm going to own a camper and be on the road. I think I would miss having a nice big home. If my hit isn't a trainer or the alternative art Moltres, I'll sell it immediately on the trade page or to Mister. Mister, what are you talking about? All right, good luck, mister. In the end, if it's not the card that people want, you will have trouble recouping your money. But if you get the one everyone wants, you will easily be able to recoup your money. Here's Shaman. Mister, that's Kyle Zach pulling a beautiful hyper rare Blaziken. Take a look at that. Kyle Zach getting lucky. Here's Inteleon. Here's Thundurus. Hatterene. And a cool pack. Okay, cool. Now, he also wants 2 live custom boosters and 1 evolutions. Mister, what an order. Tell you what, let's get that evolutions done first. Oh, right, these were the evolutions I was going to send off. Let me get you some fresh ones. Because, you know, we already pulled a Hollow Mew. I just realized that. We pulled a Hollow Mew out of those. I'll get you a fresh one. Just give me a moment. I got them right here, a fresh box of them. I think your odds for a Charizard were lowered with James last night, and those boosters are so nice. I want to have a shot at grading them. I wonder if these would be nice. What's up, Evan? How's it going, man? It's only 3:22 a.m. in the morning. It means the night is young, right, Kitty? Kitty agrees. The night is young. Okay. Now, this is the pack I'm used to. Crimping and it's smushed. All right, we'll place this over here. Are you ready, Mr. Kyle Zach? Dugong. Oh, mister, not Dugong, not this way. Okay, here we go. So you want a full box of Battle Styles. What? I do have a full sealed box of Battle Styles if you're wanting one. We need Kitty Cam in the new house. Kitty Cam coming right up. You guys want to see Kitty? Kitty, what are you doing? That's Kitty Cam for you. So, finally, for Kyle Zach's order, we need 2 live custom boosters. Mr. Kyle, was it worth the wait? Let's see what you pull. We got some hollows and some hollows. No luck on the live custom boosters. It's a good thing that you got so lucky with the matchless fighters. Yeah, Kitty's waiting for me to throw the stuff in the trash can. She likes to see it go by. Now, did you say you needed a new bag? He says I have a bag. Cool. Kyle Zach. Lumberjack. Kurt. Kyle Brager. Blackland. Kyle Zach. You're going for full art trainers. That's right. There's that girl with the pink hair in that set. She's real popular. Now we have Mr. James O'Brien. He says 10 matchless. All right, let's get a fresh box. Kitty. He wants some matchless. We are burning through the matchless tonight at a very high rate. I don't think we can do that tomorrow night. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here goes. Good luck, Mr. James. Mr. James. Snip. This is literally the Kitty and Mr. show. Kitty is the star of the show, of course. That's true. Kitty, you like watching the trash go by? Sometimes she hangs out. If she gets bored, she'll go lay back down on the couch and sleep. Cold. I don't know how she sleeps while I'm live. Galarian, Slow King. Does Kitty think you're talking? No, she knows I'm not talking to her. But I think she enjoys just hearing me talk a lot. Maybe it makes her feel like she's not so kitty lonely. Oop. Cold. Cold. She actually gets super hyped when I'm done with the live stream, because then she's like, let me lay on you. That's a hollow. Maybe I'll record it sometime. All right, no luck there. No secret rare. Oh, you've got a bag. We were hoping for the secret rare to pop out. Mr. James. I got your bulk. And we'll go ahead and sleeve these up. Actually, I probably should toss these in with your bulk. And James O'Brien's bag is up top, right? James O'Brien. The Moltres from Matchless Fighter is fire. All right, and now we have Mr. Adrian Aragon, who says 5 darkness. Adrian! If they pack the Supreme Court, this country is finished, says Philippe. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I pull Cheryl, it would be worth a lot. I just want Cheryl. You're going to have to give that Cheryl to me. Mister, what did you think about the prosecution almost causing a mistrial today? The prosecution almost caused a mistrial. I have no idea. What do you mean? Did you see Twitter banned a Republican running against Ilhan Omar? Wow, what? Oh, no, I've not seen that. I have a pet beaver that lives in the creek next to my house. I throw my scrap food at him. He loves fruit and tortilla chips. That feels like cheating, man. Oh, man. When corporations have more power in your country than your politicians do, that's scary, man. Here's Aaron. Lunatone. Rose. And Vibrava. Oh, Mr. Adrian, I'm so sorry. Adrian says he has a book box, though. We're going to sleeve these up. Will you buy shares in Discord if they go public? Oh, absolutely. Why not? And then I'll sell those shares and buy more Dogecoin. I donate my bulk reverse hollows, mister, of course. Oh, thanks, man. Adrian. Aragon. Bringing in new evidence when you can't do that would be a mistrial. Oh, interesting. Andrew Jones with the large order says 10 live custom boosters and live shipping for Mr. Andrew Jones. Wow, you guys really like the live customs. Oh, well, looks like you only needed 1. Andrew Jones, you only needed 1 for a box of Matchless. Number 2 is Volcarona. Number 3, Dreadnought Hyper Rare. Whoa. 4, 5, 6, CGC 7.5, 7. Oh, this should be sleeved up. It's a sweet coon. 8 and 9. Did I count that up right? So let me count these up right. Make sure we don't open too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ending on a round of hollows. So you've got your hyper rare Dreadnought, and you secured the CGC 7.5. Let's go find out where that is. That's going to be Jungle Clefable. I almost called her Clefairy. Jungle Clefable. What? Who says one? Oh, is Scotch saying that I missed his custom? Who's saying I missed his custom? SC Gaming. This is for 1 shiny star, 1 shining face, 1 vivid, 1 battle styles. I have a bag. Who's saying don't forget my custom? Scotch 75? Hold on. So who are we looking up? Yeah, Scotch, who are you on PayPal? Here, let me go ahead and sleeve this up. Who are you on PayPal? I don't know who you are. We have a rule. If the person is missed, but they were only missed by 1 order, then you will get his first PSA pack, which would have just been 2 hollows, and then he opens up 1 more in the box. Scotch says, "Oh, come on, mister." Scotch, what's your PayPal name? We have a rule that in order for it to count as a mistake where we will reverse the mistake, you have to have been the previous order. I've got a base set Beedrill, says Andrew. His first pack would have been the matchless box. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. It would have been the matchless box. Who was he though? You forgot my custom. Which guy are you, Scotch? I think you're on a delay, so you don't hear me saying this. Andrew Jones. His first custom, Scotch75, what's your PayPal name? Yeah, I need his PayPal name to know where he was. Let me see. If it was the previous guy, it wasn't Adrian. Let's see. I'm so lost. Yeah, well, hold on. We're going to find out who he is, and then I'm going to show him where he was in the list. I don't think he's trolling. I think that I think that he really thinks that I missed his pack, and it's possible that I did, because occasionally I do. But he needs to respond, though, because we need to sort it out for him. So for those of you who don't know how the live custom boosters work, we have a rule book on how they get opened and what happens in the case of a mistake. Scotch says, are you going to refund my custom? Yes, I will happily refund your custom, but I need to know who you are on PayPal, okay? Yes, somebody, we need to know what his PayPal name is. Hold on. Before we open up the matchless box, we got to find out if it actually does belong to Scotch. So, is Scotch just messing around? He's not responding to anyone. Hold on. Normally people are not trolling. So let me jump over here. It's possible he believes he was missed. Scotch, I need to know what your PayPal name is. Hold on. What's the Club Fable worth? I'm not sure, actually. I don't think he's trolling. I think he actually believes it might have been his. Hold on. He's trolling. I think he actually believes it. All right. Here we go. I got my laptop open. Scotch says, goal is to get a custom pack I bought. Scotch, I just need to know your PayPal name. Maybe he tried to contact me on Discord. Let me see if he's on Discord. Oh, he is a troll. He says bye-bye $10. They're not $10, obviously. He's not even calling them the right price. All right, so sorry about the time waste, guys. Don't mute him in case he's like drunk or something. It could be a drunk guy who really is ordering cards. Don't mute him. We'll make a note that maybe Scotch is a troll. And let's move on with opening up this booster box for Mr. Sorry about all the... It must have been such a moment for Andrew Jones. For Andrew Jones, box of matchless. All right. All right, Andrew Jones. Yeah, Andrew Jones said that he missed out on $10, but the actual price of a custom booster is $20. So I think he might actually be a troll. All right. Whew. Now, for those of you watching who saw all that, there is a rule that exists that if I missed by one order, then we do revert. We do give people the correct pack that they would have pulled. So what I'm trying to say is if on the list, you've got Andrew Jones on the list here, and right beneath him is the guy I missed, then I go back and I actually give the correct pack to the guy I missed. In other words, it would have gone to, let's say Scotch really was a guy that I missed. This box of Matchless would have gone to Scotch. All right, here goes. Just so you guys know, that's how it works. However, if you were missed by 2 orders, what happens is the change in order is considered a mistake and is considered a part of RNG, okay? So it's considered a part of RNG in the box. So if I open up a custom pack for one other guy before we move on to Andrew Jones, it would have just been considered a mistake that is part of the RNG of the box. Here goes. We had one really dramatic moment in the past when we were opening up packs in the live custom booster box for a guy named Anthony Hune. And it was Anthony Hune, and I believe, was it Jack Gray? I believe it was Jack Gray. And we had this moment where I messed up the order of the live custom booster packs by 1 guy. And I ultimately decided, you know what? It should go to the guy who should have pulled it. He shouldn't miss out on the pack by 1. You know what I mean? Just because of my mistake. Because it's so easy to trace the mistake. So that's when we created that rule. So when we're off by 1, it's so easy to trace the mistake that the mistake will get traced. And then I made it a rule that if I'm off by 2, we no longer trace. All right. Let's see what Mr. Andrew Jones pulls out of this box. Obviously, only the hottest pulls. Let's see what we got. Pack number 2. Pack number 3 is Zapdos. Pack number 4. You guys are going deep tonight. I think that's one of the best cards. Who is this? Mr. Andrew Jones pulling the pink-haired girl. I don't remember her name. It's the Belle Delphine character. Right off the bat, you're getting your secret rare. How can I buy? How's it going, Mr. King Julian? If you stick around and watch a little bit, you'll get the hang of it. There's a PayPal address in the description and a menu in the description. But you need to join our Discord server and read the rules before you buy anything, okay? Here's Thunderous. Here's Beedrill. Cold. Here's Dracozolt. Cold. Here's Urshifu. Cold. Articuno. The pink hair girl is named Claire. Oh, okay. Here's Inteleon. You like redheads. Mister! Cold. Hatterene. Cold. 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 Oh, there we go. Blaziken VMAX. Hey, man, that order worked out pretty well for you, huh? You got real lucky picking up that box of Matchless there. All right, Andrew Jones. Woo! Now, we buzzed right through those, didn't we? We opened that whole box in like a minute. She's the best trainer in this set. Mister, don't tell Kara that. Don't worry, Kara. We will grab another box that has this exact same trainer. I'm a robot. This action was performed automatically. Andrew Jones with an A. Let's find his bag. Okay, there's... Oh, right, you also got these too, didn't you? So you also pick up these. Are any of the pulls worth grading? Yes, this character especially is very lucky that you pulled her. So, you know, it's one thing to pull the Matchless Fighter out of the box, of live custom boosters, but on top of that, your box happened to have this pink-haired girl in it. So you had a very valuable box that you won from the live custom boosters. And then you also get this Clefable. So, and the Clefable is probably valued around $100, roughly, maybe slightly less, maybe slightly more. That's my guess. So between these two, I don't know what she'll sell for. If she pulls 10, maybe like 300 bucks based off of similar prices I've seen for cute girls who grade 10, and she's looking well centered. So if you want to grade her with the CGC, you can check out my grading prices. I would probably grade her with the CGC and see what she comes back as. And if you don't like the grade, if she comes back 9.5, you can regrade with PSA whenever PSA opens up all their services in July. Or you can wait it out for July to roll around. We're heading into May, so it's going to be May, June, July. So you can wait 2 months for that time to pass if you prefer. Okay, very cool. Andrew Jones. Mr. Andrew. What if I made a live custom booster box and it was like the waifu box and the only cards in there are waifu cards? Right after Mr. Andrew Jones is Kara Nichols's order. So you said I'll get half of a Battle Styles box, 21 packs of Battle Styles. All right. And then I believe you said you put in another order for the rest of the box. And I said, I'll get you the whole box. Imagine losing your $10 custom. That's right. All right, we're jumping back over here. Imagine losing out on your $10 custom. So here it is. Kara says, all right, let's get the rest of the box. Good luck, Kara. Let's pull you only the hot ones in a sealed booster box. Andrew says, in that case, don't love ship her. Okay, I won't love ship her. Wait, did you order live shipping? You did order live shipping. I didn't even see that. So, Mr. Andrew, we'll hold off on the live shipping for the moment. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll write it down on your bag. And you just tell me when you're ready to ship, okay? Live ship everything but her. Okay, we will go ahead and place you here. Let's open up Kara's box. Kara's been waiting forever. We'll live ship right after Kara Nichols. Did you stop Monster Hunter Rise streams or did I just miss them? I have not streamed on Monster Hunter Rise. Unfortunately, I've been very, very busy. Actually, for the Monster Hunter YouTube channel, the GameConomist, I have kind of come to the realization that it's not realistic to believe I can run both of these channels well at the same time. So here's what I've concluded. I have a plan to basically to train somebody else to work on that channel. And what I would like to do is have a team of people who would like to contribute toward making videos and possibly eventually being a personality of that channel. And they're entitled to 100% of the ad revenue. We'll find a simple way to set that up. It's a little complicated because the ad revenue is generated like every day. But like the first month, the first 2 weeks, most of the ad revenue actually is made then. So anyways, if you know people who are interested in that, they need to be skilled with Monster Hunter and passionate about making videos and talking and writing. And right now we have Mr. Wellix is working on it. And I know that my old editor for Monster Hunter is a video editor. He has interest in it as well. And if you know somebody who's interested, let me know. You could make videos for the GameConomist channel and maybe make a video that pays you $600. Because back in the day, we had some videos that would even make $1,000 for one video. And all it was a guy sitting on his couch editing videos. That's all it was. It wasn't anything like you didn't have to lift boxes or work as a cash register or a cashier. There we go. Not bad, huh? Just for sitting on your couch with your laptop and editing videos, huh? Dennis says, sad to see you leaving. Well, I'm not fully leaving. That's the thing. But what I can't do, I cannot post daily videos to that channel, which I think is what people would like me to do. I can't do it. I can't host both live streams. And I know that Wellix can't host this Pokemon card stream for me. Somebody has to physically be here. Actually, my goal, believe it or not, my goal is to hire somebody for this channel too. And I'm thinking I'll try to hire a girl, actually. And she will be opening up cards for you guys at least 2 days of the week, so that I have 2 days off. And the stream runs even when I'm off. So that's my next goal. After I move, I'm hoping to hire somebody who would like to host this channel for me. All right, here we go. Orbeetle. So I know you have a bulk box. Oh, here we go. So we're starting out with one of your full arts, and it's going to be Tyranitar V. All right. Boop. I like Tyranitar. It's a really nice Pokemon. So I'll probably, the thing is, whoever I hire, it's going to have to be somebody who actually comes over to our home and has a variety of strange skills that you don't expect a person to have. They have to have some technical skill. They have to have some live streaming skill. They have to have some knowledge of Pokemon cards. They have to enjoy Pokemon cards. So it's really kind of a bizarre sort of setup. Oh, mister, it was a good box. Look at this. Picking up the Octillery. Golden Octillery in your box. Beautiful. All right. Cacnea. Now, I wonder if that reduces your odds of pulling a trainer art. Here's Victini. Victini. So we got Octillery, we got Victini. Victini the Vaccini. Flapple. Victini says, get your vaccine, kids. Here's Kingdra. Bellsprout. If you find that girl and she's single, let me know. Oh, well, I guess kind of, I would want, yeah. Well, she would have to be kind of young because I'm looking for a personality that I think you guys would like to watch open Pokemon cards. And my immediate thought was young lady. Because her personality will contradict mine pretty significantly, and that's actually a nice thing, to have a break from the same personality type. And yeah, over on the GameConomist channel, I would like to have kind of like a little crew running over there who are keeping that channel up to date with quality videos, and the videos were made in the style that I developed when I was working over there and posting videos every single day, and hopefully even better than the old videos I used to make, because, you know, I did it all by myself back then. It was a lot of work, and I didn't have the benefits of knowing what works and what doesn't work. Well, I've done it for so long that I know what videos perform well and what editing performs well. So my goal is to really train up a few people, and they have to be permanent people, though. They can't be people who just want to learn how to make good content and then leave. They have to stick around, or I don't want to train them. And so I'm really looking for people who I kind of know and who I know really love Monster Hunter. And also, you know, the GameConomist channel might eventually branch out to other games too, you know? Elden Ring. And I'm not ever going, it's not that I'm never going to show up again there. I'm going to be gaming as time goes by. Especially, you know, if I can get somebody to host this channel 2 days of the week, I will have more free time, more off days. You know what I mean? That's really important. For people who are fans of the GameConomist channel, you have to appreciate, I'm so busy over here, I work all 7 days. And to dump on top of that, hosting another channel is just, it's unrealistic. What I actually need is a lighter work schedule than I have right now, working on a single YouTube channel. I need to be able to take a break. So right now I need to hire people to help me with all this. I really do. Because what I've been doing, and I've been doing this for a while, what I've been doing is just not realistically the way I want to live, where I'm working 60 hours or even 80 hours a week is too much. All right, so here we go. We're on the second half of the box. The first half of the box, by the way, for Kara Nichols, was super hot. You got 3 full arts already: Victini, Octillery, and Tyranitar. Really not bad. Here's Jellicent. Let's see if you get luckier. Lurantis, Urshifu. Now, the downside is you might not have a trainer in here. Here's Embor, Houndour. Here's Urshifu VMAX. What you're saying is you found Mormonism. That's right. What? 23, brunette, simple and size C or bigger. Okay, yeah. Let me do it. I'm a girl. I like the Lake of the Ozarks. That's right. Part of the gig is you get to live in a house that we've made for you on the lake. Wouldn't that be wild? What if we did that? What if we made like a facility where we hosted the card grading? I'm actually, you guys have no idea. I am right now more interested in hosting a card grading company than grading cards forever. Mustard, oh man, old man Mustard. Well, you finally got the character card, Kara. Here's Ponyard. I am extremely interested in card grading. I think that the reason why I'm so interested in it is because it sort of vertically integrates with what we do here on this channel, this live stream. Can you guys imagine? So Kara just pulled Mustard and Octillery and Tyranitar, and if I had a little sonic welder next to me and a label printer, I could just create sealed graded cards for you right now. They wouldn't be called PSA cards. They'd be called whatever I name the company. But he could say, Kara could say, grade my Octillery and grade my Mustard and grade my Tyranitar, and I'd say, okie dokie, and then it'd be done. You wouldn't have to wait. What is it, 11 months? People waited 11 months for our latest PSA return. I could just do it right here from the table. And I think that that would be insanely good. That's a good market filler, mister. Instant grading. That's right. And not just that, but everyone can watch the grading done live. You could pull every hot card and Old Mustard would still be in there. All right, Miss Kara, you got a pretty decent box, didn't you? You get a 10, you get a 10. Well, and it wouldn't be that way. You know, I think that I'm really disappointed with the quality of PSA cards. I was a film major and now 20. Let me do it. Well, you'd need to be living out in Lake of the Ozarks is the problem. So once we get out there, we'll probably look for somebody who's local. We'll probably look for somebody who's living out there. Somebody's like, I'm on my way. Kara Nichols, where's your bag? We didn't put you up top, right? There's Joe Harris. Nathan Lewis, bag number 2. Where did we put your bag? Oh, let me get off my leg. Oh, Jesus. All right. I like the Octillery better than the Mustard card. And Tyranitar, there you go. Boathouse chilling near your garden. Very nice. You got a trainer card. That's what you said you came for. Now, Andrew Jones is going to go ahead and get live shipped. But, yeah, let's do that first. I was going to say, I'll take a quick bathroom break afterwards, but we'll get the live shipping done first. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, so I need to help Mr. Wellix figure out how to do some editing, and also my old editor help him figure out how to make videos without me helping him, so we can start getting content made for the GameConomist channel. And ultimately, what I want to be able to do, I want to be able to step away from that channel and know that it's still running. You know what I mean? It's running without me. And when it comes to making content on the GameConomist channel, I only want to make content over there when I want to play games. You know what I mean? So like when Elden Ring comes out, I want to make some Elden Ring stuff. But we really developed a nice audience for Monster Hunter and a nice formula for Monster Hunter content. And that formula should get used. You know what I mean? That formula should be in play right now, and it's not, and it's a pity. All right, so we're keeping the girl here, just like you requested, Mr. Andrew Jones. And now let's ship out your cards and your bag. I'll be right back, guys. Cheers. All right, let me grab that label. Kind of left it over here. Whoa, we did a lot of live shipping tonight. I think we had a lot of orders tonight. It was a busy night. It's Saturday night. No, actually, it's Thursday, right? Who's next? So now we have Mr. Raphael. He says, I've been manifesting the cold packs. So one of your spiciest packs of Lost Thunder. Okay. Mr. Raphael, 1 pack of Lost Thunder. Don't worry, we got the slab. His slab got live shipped, okay? You got Pinsir. You manifested Pinsir. He's pretty cool. I'll go ahead and grab this Espeon too. It's a non-hollow Espeon, but it's nice to look at. See, I know what you want to do, Raphael. You want to, but you don't think it would be a good idea. What you want to do is buy the entire box. What's my busiest night of the week? I already got the slab, guys. Don't worry. So the slab already went in. Busiest night of the week? Saturday, maybe? Might be Saturday. You're off to bed? Have a nice night, Mr. Johnny P. I think a lot of people are off to bed. Next up, we've got... What? It says I've refunded... I think I was supposed to refund $10 to Joe Harris. I think I refunded $50 to Joe Harris. I'll have to figure that out later. So, Daniel Rivas says 3 custom packs and 1 Cosmic Eclipse. This is for Daniel Rivas. Daniel pulls 1 Torkoal. Okay. And now let's see what you get out of the live custom boosters, Daniel. How much for my whole bulk box? Well, I want to keep going. I'm afraid I couldn't offer you any money on bulk at all. But maybe somebody else would buy it. Pack number 2. Oh, you got a Blastoise. Cool. And pack number 3. Just hollows this time, mister. I'm sorry. Mr. Daniel Rivas. I'm sorry, Daniel. You get the hot ones next time. The question is... here's this bag. All right, we'll pop this over here. Next up, Alexio Alvarez, who says 1 live custom booster. Alexio. Oh, man, Alexio. It sucks, Daniel. I'm sorry, Daniel. Alexio snipes for a box of Matchless. Oh, you were this close. That's what makes the live custom box so exciting. Still taking orders? Heck yeah, mister. So, this whole box is for Mr. Alexio Alvarez. Congratulations on that snipe. And before we open it, I'm going to go take a quick tinkle. I'll be right back. whole box of matchless. Only the good stuff. For Mr. Alexio. Boop. Toss this over here. Andrew Jones says, anyone interested in the pink hair lady? What are you offering, Mr. Andrew? Mister, you don't have a pee bottle under your desk? Oh my God, imagine if I did actually. I don't know, guys. That'd be pretty gross. Somehow I feel like people would enjoy that, knowing that. He doesn't have to leave. He's just going to pee in the pee bottle underneath the desk. Mr. Andrew's saying that he had 2 slabs. He won one and already had one. Oh my God. All right, we got to fix it then. I didn't know. That's why he was saying slab. 2 slabs. That's what you meant to say. 2 slabs. Mister, you just think I'm made out of live shipping. Can you live ship your... what? You want gold auxiliary for the pink-haired girl? Mister. All right, let's see. I love seeing Representative Jim Jordan rip into Fauci. Well, I noticed Fauci never really answered the question he was asking. Oops. Basically, he was just asking, what is the number that they're trying, what's the goal that they're trying to set for allowing America to basically open all the way back up? You know what I mean? So that's what he means to ask. He's like, does the infection rate need to reach 20%? Does it need, you know, and Fauci, maybe it was just because he was put on the spot or something, but he just wouldn't answer. He just wouldn't say, yeah, so new cases of coronavirus need to be at 6%, and then everything gets opened back up. But he wouldn't actually say. And maybe the reason they don't want to set a goal is because, you know, it's not a good idea to set a goal unless it's been discussed really carefully amongst all the Democrats. You know what I mean? So he can't speak for the Biden administration. He's just a doctor or whatever he is, administrator of, what is he actually? What is his actual title? Fauci? I realize I don't know his actual title. Fauci kept dancing around the question, was saying Jordan was ranting and stuff. Well, I don't think he said that Jordan was ranting. He just, he was giving very vague answers, and he was being asked very specific for a very specific answer. I thought he was a doctor, not that kind of decision maker. Well, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. He doesn't really get to set the policy on how low the infection rates should be before we open up. But you would think that he would know what the goal is. You know what I mean? I heard Fauci gives himself fecal implants for pleasure. What? If we were in a group function, I would cough on all but 5 of you. Would I be one of the 5? I want to be special. Blaziken, he's a hypocrite and doesn't want to say definitively unless it's to suggest caution, no backbone. Well, again, you know, it's all political, and the questions he was being asked, there's a good question because I'd like the answer to it, really. The interest on pink hair, before or after grading? Because I'm considering grading. So grading will cost you money, and it will take time for the card to arrive. However, once it's done grading, if it grades 10, you'll be able to ask for more money for that card. If it doesn't grade 10, you can still ask for a decent amount of money. So if you're patient, grading's a better option. If you want immediate money, then you can sell her for a certain amount. But again, if you're patient, grading is always a better option. I tell people that all the time. Karen, all right. Mr. Alexio picking up Karen. Oops. Also, Mr. Andrew Jones, if you're going to go through with the trade with anyone, be sure you mention the trade for me because I might one-up it. That's right, auction style, baby. Where was Fauci during H1N1? I don't know. Where was I during H1N1? I don't remember anything. Cold. Beedrill. But again, it is a good question. When does America officially open back up for business? We say, all right, the virus is essentially managed. You know, we've got enough people vaccinated. We've got enough therapies. The hospitals aren't overwhelmed. When do we know that we're in that state where everything opens back up? Because actually, it's a good thing to know, isn't it? If you could know when that's going to happen, that's a great time to be investing in the stock market, really. But also, it gives you other indicators like maybe we don't need any more stimulus. You know what I mean? Cold. Yeah, that's a very important question. Zapdos. We got Zapdos. Cold. Urshifu. And cold. I think I'm a CGC grade with your blessing, TCC. That's the move I would make. If you were somebody else, I would be giving you the same advice. Grading the card first gives you the opportunity to see if it fetches a 10. Now, the odds are against you that it will fetch 10, but if it does, you can ask for a much higher premium on the card. All right, so that was all for you, Mr. Alexio, picking up the beautiful Karen. I think it's time to stop stereotyping all Karens. Some Karens are quite nice. I think I might be able to take Fauci 1v1. Oh, yeah? You can go up to Fauci and say, 1v1 me, bro. There will be an interesting fight ahead because no business will want to lower their demand for masks, and they have the right to reject business, so there will be a fight. I don't know what you mean by that. All right. Alexio with an A. Let's go find your bag. He doesn't say he has a bag, but I'm sure you do. And you're right here. Alexio, how lucky are you with this beautiful Snorlax, too? How lucky have you gotten? All right, so you've got the beautiful Snorlax and the Karen. Nice, dude. I want to keep the Snorlax in the front because I like him a little bit better than Karen. How's that Karen looking? She looks pretty good. You know, the Japanese cards are generally worth grading. Japanese cards, they tend to grade better than English cards. Their rate of pulling a 10 is higher. Next up, we have David Medalia. 5 live custom boosters. Oh, Mr. David, you missed by 1. He says 2 XY Evos. Well, hey, maybe you'll get really lucky in the XY Evos. Come on, Charizard. This is for David Medalia. We'll start with your XY, and then we'll open up those very expensive 5 live customs. Who knows what happens? Anything could happen in the live custom booster box. Okay, we love Evos. Here's Tangela. It's a really well-centered Tangela. And, oh, Electric Energy. Okay, we got Electric Energy. So those were a little bit cold, but let's see if there's any flying Pikachu's. Here's our Charmander. No flying Pikachu's either. I'm sorry. So those are pretty cold, David. And I'll sleeve up your Charmander for you. He's a non-hollow card. Well, he doesn't even need to be sleeved necessarily. If you look at him, you can tell he's thin on the left. We'll sleeve it up just to be fun. Dr. Fauci hasn't seen a patient in over 40 years. Yeah, it sounds like he has a very strongly an administrative job rather than the job of a, like, let's say, an actual scientist working on the disease. But that's okay. You need an administrator who has done the work in the past so that he can communicate very, very clearly what's going on to the politicians. So you have to have an administrator at some point. All right, David, picking up pack number 1, pack number 2, pack number 3. Ah, thank God. Pack number 4 is PSA 8, number 15. And pack number 5 is more of the same rares and reverse hollows. So we are going to find out what that is. Hopefully a good card, because you want to recuperate some of the cost on that. Okay, actually it's not too bad. Not too bad. Is Fauci American's top model? I'm just kidding. I read your comment. So Mr. David Medalia. You ready? This is going to be holographic. Here comes Team Rocket. So you can see in the background that it is a holo. And this comes from the 2000 vintage set, Rocket Gang. Very nice, mister. That's a nice vintage booster, not booster, vintage PSA 8. Here comes Team Rocket. And we'll put the rest of these into your bag. David Medalia. Need a Pokemon coin. What if we made PokeCoin as an NFT and they were just really cheap? Prepare for trouble. Remember to take my donated bulk, mister. Oh, right, your donated bulk. I certainly will, okay? I promise you. How did Biden get 800 million votes? Mister, you don't think it was... You think it was a fraud? Let's see who's next. Rosalva Verduzco. What's up, Rosalva? He says 2XY. Evolution for Rosalva. Anything for you, mister. Mr. Fauci is the highest paid government official in the entire country. It's insanity. Well, he's fulfilling a pretty important role right now. So if you think about it, I would say the most important thing we're doing is dealing with the pandemic. So, well, that's the most important thing the government's dealing with. So I don't see why he wouldn't be the most highly paid when his job's the most important. Potion. Fauci should be the new Marlboro man. Sounds like he smokes 2 packs a day. Fauci, he does kind of have his facial structure reminds me of the Mad TV kid. You know who I'm talking about? But come on, guys, you don't need to beat up on Fauci. Haunter, look at Haunter and Mega Slowbro. Yeah, I think that, if I had to guess, I think that he probably leans left. But he's just doing his job. I don't think he's coming up with these rules. Well, see, you guys are going to say things like, oh, it's all part of the conspiracy to take down the Republican Party and Donald Trump and blah, blah, blah. I don't think so. I tend to believe in the most, let's say, plausible explanation for things, and perhaps a real conspiracy slips by that I didn't believe in, but it really did occur. But I don't know. I don't think you can go through life believing everything is a conspiracy, especially if it aligns with your pre-existing desires for certain outcomes. Rosalva. Where's Mr. Rosalva? What I'm trying to tell you is that Fauci was in on it the whole time, and he's a lizard person. You're going to be in the R box. Here it is. Ooh, look at that Hunter. He and I are both lizard people. We say hi to each other on the spaceship. Time to refresh. Now, if it's time to refresh, I wonder how many more orders we have. He's been the highest paid for years, not just as of recent. Well, maybe it's a really important job. I mean, you guys can discuss maybe he should earn less money, but I feel like the only reason you bring it up is because you don't like him. If he was somebody that was doing a job and you liked the way he was doing that job, you would say, I don't care if he's paid the most. So I don't go after a guy's pay just because you don't agree with maybe the political side of some of the choices that they're making. And it's even questionable if it is political. Like, for example, when he was being questioned today, he basically was saying we have too high of a rate of people catching the virus. And it's just a really high number. And he's saying, he wouldn't give direct answers, but he's saying we need to lower the number of people still catching the virus. And that's fine for him to say that. Nothing about that is wrong. I think that part of it is just the frustration on how bad the coronavirus has been. Space Knight says, can you show me my bag? I want to really try and trade with Andrew or Alexio. Let me see who's next. There's been people who are waiting for their stuff to get open. It's Mr. James O'Brien, who wants 5 Shiny Star V and 1 NBA Hoops. You got it. 5 Shiny Stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1 Hoops. Pouchy gets paid in Dogecoin. Get him! Yeah, don't go after a guy's pay. I mean, unless it's so grossly higher than the people around him that it's like, doesn't make sense. But you can't go after a guy just because you disagree with them. Don't go after how much he gets paid just because you don't like him. You know what I mean? So, Miss Kara, your cards looked pretty nice. And I think that Mustard has a slim chance at a 9 at PSA. The Octillery has a chance for... I'm sorry. Mustard has a slim chance for a 10 at PSA. The Octillery has a chance for a 10 at PSA, but unlikely a 10 at CGC. And the Tyranitar is going to be a 9 at PSA. So I actually already graded your cards with my eyes when I was holding them. Okay, here we go. Yes, we're going to take care of Mr. Andrew Jones's second slab as well. That is on my mental list. And as you guys know, I never make mistakes. Derek Williams, Sergey, Manu, JJ Reddick, Jonas Valencianos, Andre Marson. Faces of the Future. We have Justice Winslow. Ooh, and it's a rookie card. All right. Oh, let's make a list for Mr. Slab first. Faces of the Future. We got Steven. Kobe! Mister, you're pulling Kobe. You didn't tell me you could pull Kobe, mister. All right, Mr. James O'Brien. I think I was going to call you Mr. James O'Brien. My brain was doing a little mixy up there. And finally, you have Carl Anthony Towns. Not bad. James go, ooh. Yeah, how much is that card worth? I have other cards, though, in my bag. I really like my... Okay, yeah, we'll show off your bag in just a moment. But let me finish, James. Yeah, remember, there's people also waiting their turn. So let me take care of this, and then we'll take a look at your bag. I don't disagree with them. He changes his recommendations depending on political pressure. Yeah, I'm sure because everything's on video, historically he'll be looked back on for how well of a job he appears to have done. And I don't know. He just seems like a guy to me. He doesn't seem as devious as he is sometimes made out to be by people who are on the right who really don't like how our politics have changed as a result of the fallout of this coronavirus pandemic, which no doubt affected the re-election of Donald Trump. And so we have this totally different outcome in the future now because of the pandemic. And I feel like it's low-hanging fruits all over the place for believing in conspiracy, but and maybe some of it's not conspiracy, I don't know, but I don't buy into it very easily. I don't buy into the conspiracies like, oh, they planned it. Like if you told me maybe China, because they did have a Wuhan lab, right? They had a lab where they were studying coronavirus in China, and that's where the outbreak began. If you told me that they accidentally released it, that's, you know, I could believe that. Or even they accidentally released it and then they found out about it and they said, maybe this could be to our benefit. Don't tell anyone. You know, I could even go that far in believing that China was complicit with hiding the information to their benefit because they had just bought up a lot of gold the year before. And maybe they did a little calculation and said, hey, wait a second, this could turn out well for us. But, you know, when it comes to conspiracy theories, I'm pretty... I'm not somebody who likes to buy into them very easily. And I've heard a lot of crazy conspiracies about, you know, Fauci secretly undermining the Trump administration and helping the Democrats. And, oh, they were planning this for years and blah, 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 blah. Mr. James, I'm sorry, James. Look at all that. You got lots of V cards and no Charizards. Also, let's put that book in your bag, huh? I'm naturally a skeptical person, and that involves being skeptical of conspiracies as well. You know what I mean? Oh, they're lying about the people who died. I mean, maybe they're doing it because there's a financial reason to do it. But will I believe that they're doing it? No, not unless evidence comes out. You know what I mean? Not unless I see some real evidence. I heard Fauci ate the Thanksgiving part in turkey. I knew it. I knew it. Raphael. Oh, so let's help Kara Nichols real fast. Let's find Kara Nichols' bag. Oh, that's not it. Is this it? Look, you're not the only one who pulled it. I thought that was you. Hold on, we're looking for Kara Nichols. Is it down here? Found it. Alex Jones being proved more and more right. So we got Mustard, Octillery, Tyranitar, Empoleon, Urshifu, Flapple, Victini, Mimikyu, Slowking, Pikachu, Vespiquen, Professor Kukui, Urshifu, Galarian Ponyta, Hatenna, Reshiram, Kyogre, Yveltal, Rolycoly, Greedent. We got Eevee. Here's Piers, Wailord, Gardevoir, Metal Charizard card, and some bulk. Okay, there you go. He says, sure, my pack is always cold. I'm sorry, Raphael. I've noticed you've had some tough luck, mister. Now, Mr. Raphael says, oh, you know, just using the loose change, mister. I'll buy another box soon. Don't worry. One box, run-of-the-mill, lost under. He's still going in. Let's see. Come on, baby. I won't lie, when I heard about Bill Gates' idea to release chemicals by plane to help the ozone, I thought of Alex Jones. Right. Have you guys heard of that? It's lampant dialga, mister, and they are thin on the left side of the card. I'm so sorry, Mr. Raphael. We are just not pulling the cards we hoped for. Now, I tell you what, you said you were offering your bulk to me. I'm going to do you a trade. I'll give you the nice Gyarados GX here, and I'll take these hollows out in exchange for the Gyarados. All right, so these hollows come out, and you pick up Gyarados GX. That is exactly what I wanted. How did the Poke Gods know? They're brilliant, aren't they? I know, mister. It's pretty tough. What do you think of that? The Kobe is going for around 300. Jesus. That is pretty good. I wonder how often he pulls out of that set. Okay, next up we have Alexio Alvarez, who says, one more live custom. You got it. He said, I'm already ahead. Why not try again? So this time you get Snorlax Turtonator. That's okay. We'll get him next time. Making money off the dead guy? Oh, yeah, it's a tragedy. Well, you know, if I died and my cards that I signed or pictures of me went up in value, hey, that's a compliment. I want to be remembered. Nothing wrong with that. They tell me that people are making money trading my my signed Pokemon cards. That's cool, actually. It means that, you know, you left some kind of legacy behind you. What do you think, Kitty? What are your thoughts on... Kitty, what are your thoughts on Fauci? Kitty doesn't have any thoughts. She's just here. She's a piece of eye candy. That's all she is. Please don't forget my other slab. No problem, Mr. Andrew Jones. Mr. Alex Jones. And next up, we have... Let's see. Is this right? Oh, here we are. So Raphael, and then after Raphael, Alexio Alvarez, and now Rosalva Verduzco, who says one Roaring Skies. All right, guys, I'm going to officially call no more orders at this point. So let's have no more orders. Oh, my cat's eyes got large when I grabbed one of these. She knows when I grab these, I tear them. Let's see. She gets so excited when I tear them. So no more orders at this point, everyone. I think this is a good time to wrap the stream up. The stream's been going on for well over 3 hours. That wasn't bag. What wasn't bag? Raphael, are you about to tell me I put your cards in the wrong bag and I took the wrong guy's hollows? We can fix all of it. Oh, man. Let's find out if that happened. So here's Rosalva. He says that wasn't my bag. I think I did that with you yesterday. Didn't I do that with you yesterday? Hold on, let's find out. You are correct. So that's Mr. Raoul. And I need to be more careful, huh? It's the end of the stream, I'm all tired. All right, so no problem. We can fix this. Luckily, all his hollows are right here. So we just take these same hollows. And now they're going to all be in one sleeve. So that's fine. And I tell you what, we're going to go ahead and let Raoul keep that lovely Gyarados, because he probably would like to keep a nice Gyarados in his bag. He gets his holos back. He gets to keep the Gyarados. Let's jump over to your bag, your actual bag. Here we are, Raphael. And let's take your holos out, because, again, you were offering your holos. We're going to make sure you keep anything that looks valuable. Oh, you got a lot of bulk. Oh, you got this lovely nest ball. So you got Sigilif last night out of the Lost Thunder box. Maybe that's why you haven't found anything too hot yet. Okay, and now, as a bonus to you, Raphael, I took that Gyarados away, but you're going to pick up this excellent-looking Charizard, okay? So how about that? Now we're best friends. We fixed the issue with Raul. He got his holos back. Then we pulled your holos out and swapped in a Charizard. So everyone's happy. Bonus! Rosalva, your Roaring Skies turned into Bonnet and Dunsparce. Let's make sure these go in the right bag, right? Besties! I know, right? The Who's That Pokemon game stream was awesome. Wasn't it? That was cool. I like that we ended with a game of skill and that somebody actually had that skill. That was really wild. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because Slurpuff's little red top, the little cherry on top, is actually very distinct looking. No other Pokemon really has that I can think of. So she actually was able to realize it was Slurpuff. That's funny as hell. Okay, let's refresh. What do you think of that, Kitty? You think that's pretty wild? I thought that was a good ending. Roaring Skies pack. That's right. That was Roaring Skies for Rosalva. And we are refreshing our last time. And then when the stream ends, I'll go add that slab to Mr. Andrew Jones's box. Looks like we had one last order for Kara Nichols, who says, one matchless. Last pack magic. All right, here you go, Miss Kara. Miss Kara. Oof, hiccup time, kitty. Just a cold one this time. You'll get them next time. That's going to be the end. Oh, we got to do the giveaway for the people on the giveaway channel, right? Kitty is the daily kitty giveaway. All right, we're jumping over to the Discord server. Let's host that giveaway now. Step number 1, we lock it up. How do we do this? All right. My brain's very tired. I think all the talking I do makes my brain tired. Yesterday night, I was the winner. And tonight, I can't believe that just happened. We just rolled 101 2 days in a row. Bro, that's not even possible. We just rolled it twice. Bro. It's not even, I could easily just roll again and give the spot. It's not even a big deal to me. It's my own pack. I just give it back. It's not even a big deal. Bro. So what I'm saying is, you know, if I win in the box, I just give myself what, like the slab that I was going to give you? Well, the slab's just going to go back in the box. So let's see. In other words, I'm not really winning anything. Just a cold pack. So for fun, let's see what the next hot pack was going to be. Oh, the one right after. We were quite close. Oh, some CGC card. Okay, well, that's just going back in. I don't need the... That's going to be the end. Whoa! If you guys enjoyed the live stream and you haven't hit the subscribe button, please go subscribe. I'm going to be back on tomorrow night. And maybe we'll have some more fun and crazy talks. And maybe we'll focus... Maybe we'll have... You know what? Maybe we should have like live streams that are focused on being live streams where we talk more about like political ideas, philosophical ideas, or like social issues. And maybe we should have other live streams that are designated where we just blaze through the packs and talk only about the cards or only about the economy, stuff like that. But I don't know. We do it all unscripted, and I think every night's a fun conversation. Buy a lotto ticket, bonus giveaway cards. I want to talk about the alien stuff. That's right. You like the mix? I like the mix too. I think it's very natural. All right, guys.